now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. Cause that Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the legacy media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, how to be epic. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs over on Twitch today. Very much appreciated. T-Lave, thank you for the $2 Canadians over in YouTube land. And How to Be Epic, thank you for being the first person to financially support stream today. Appreciate you. Are you guys ready to get started here, folks? How we all doing? Supergirl was very enjoyable. I'm glad. Hello, ADHS Goblin. Hello, Genia. Hello, Sheepish T-Rex. Hello, one and all. How we all doing? Hello, 9-inch toenails. Hello. How we doing, CMH006? Hello, GamerG. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Quinn Decker. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Dumid Sputnik. Hello, Raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Kelsey5 Alive. Hello, T-Lave. Hello, Queer Devil. Hello, Cyberwolf 1013. Hello, Burning Sock 5. Hello, Awesome 406. Sorry, Awesome 406. Hello, Big Jerry. Hello, Bren. Hello. Ooh, almost did a double. Hello. Woo. All right, how we doing? Also, oh, there we go. My vertical chat was not updating. There we go. Now I see your lovely little username faces. Hello, Queenie. Hello, Cloud Dancer 23. Hello, Sage. Hello. Hello, Branch Ricky. Hello, everybody. Vertical chat starting us off strong today with the very first poster being a literal Nazi. Yeeted into the sun. Hello, SA Mo HQ. How we doing, folks? Hello, Elizabeth. Hello, Tired and Trans. How's the night? We're doing our best. Quinn Decker with the 5 tier 1 subs over on Twitch. Thank you very much for the support. Weird, Twitch coming out to an early lead today in the chat wars. How we do? Hello, everybody. Hello, it's just KT. Hello, Jack. I've been watching your videos when I draw. Love your content. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Hello, Clem the Whimsical, and I hope your drawing is going well as well. By the way, here's what Jack said to the Nazi before banning them. My forefathers didn't kick y'all's asses into early graves for you to come and do it here. Get the fuck out. That's true. I did say that. And I stand by it. Unicorn Company, hello! Hello, the Rust Bard! Hello, Penny Ann T! Hello, Vaughn 400! Hello, Uncle Gumbald! Hello, Hunky Gal! Hello, Robert said. Hello, Snogan! Hello! How we doing, Story the Bard? Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, everybody. Hello, Firecrafted. Hello, Cliff. Hello, everybody. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Coder Joe. Hello, Fighting Hobbit. Hello. Oh boy, the Vote Blue No Matter Whom folks are having a normal one on the internet. Oh, they're having such a normal one. And, you know, I am going to just, I am going to enjoy just laughing as we continue to win. I got shivers watching that Mamdani speech for the Knicks, by the way. That was insanely good. It was so good! And I don't even care about basketball. Hello, Erica! Hello, everybody! Alright. Let's get into it, shall we? Y'all ready? Also, How to Be Epic, thank you for the 2 additional tier 1 subs over in Twitch chat. God damn, Twitch chat just blowing y'all out of the water today. It's crazy. GamerG, thank you for the $5 dono.
Evening Shimps.
There we go.
Jack. Hey chat, have you joined DSA yet? Are you organizing? If not, it's time to get started.
True.
Reach out to me on Discord for info. It's easy and fun and you get to touch grass.
Too true.
Join DSA.
Hell yeah.
Glad to see you streaming. Gives me something to distract from my uncles who want to sell my house out from underneath me. Yay.
Him. Well, Kazooie, best of luck to you fighting your uncles. And thank you for being a member. I'm sorry to hear that. Whew. All right. I've been hanging out in the PV Discord. Several people have recognized me. It's a cool place. Are you guys ready? Yeah, look, Banana Brain, some people like the drama, the blood in the sand of vertical chat. Some people want to just like sit and watch the mod banhammers fall thickly and fiercely. All right, folks. Awesome-o, I wish my DSA chapter wasn't a 4 hour drive away. You could join digitally, which is an option. I know many people who do. I'm a vertical chat warrior. Lie. So does PV actually do text banking? My understanding is yes. All right. Let's do this. Got a big show planned for tonight. Number one thing that is going to be looming in the background of today's show is that we have I owe you guys some Rudyard. I owe you guys some What If Alt Hist, and you know I do intend to deliver on that. However, we do have to talk about other things as well. So we're going to be talking about those things first, and then we'll be tackling What If Alt Hist tonight. So just as an FYI, if you've been too used to being hinged to reality, get ready. We're gonna be we're gonna be experiencing something together. All right. Not high enough for What If Alt Hist? Well, good news is there's still time. We got a lot to talk about. So watching vertical chat is like watching gladiators in the arena. Yeah, except some of the gladiators are like morons who don't know how to fight and like have swastikas drawn all over them, and on the other hand you have moderators who tower eclipsing the sun with banhammers that fly faster than any speeding bullet. It's more like oh god, it's more like Cookie Clicker. Is that still like a relevant reference for the youth? The youth? I don't know. All right. That's how I headcanon banana. Makes sense. All right. Are you guys ready? You guys ready to jump into it? Oh good, I seem to not have missed much. You haven't missed anything at all, except for the hellos. Hello, Matt at Yahoo. Fuck yeah. Or fuck yeah. There we go. Fuck yeah. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we need to talk about the we need to talk about Donald Trump. And in particular, the fact that Donald Trump right now is failing. And not in like an easy to brush off kind of way for him, right? Donald Trump, his entire identity and his entire story of success relies on him being a a developer, somebody who can get things built, somebody who can do things that no one else could do, bringing it in under the budget, all that good stuff. The issue is he has now pitted himself directly against this algae pool in the in the reflecting pool, and he is now he's losing it. He's losing it. Let me pull this up real quick. Yeah, here we go. From Zeteo. Kill all the fucking algae. Oh, God. He just wants to get back to the pool. He just wants to get back to the pool. It's where he came from. The swamp. He yearns for it. But, like, this is the thing, right? He is being destroyed by the fact that he can't stop the algae in this algae pool. And, of course, he's been trying to pivot to get people to pay attention instead of to the reflecting pool, which has its problems. Hopefully it'll get sorted out. And he's been trying to distract people to start paying attention to the Great American State Fair, part of the 250th celebration of America, right? And that got kicked off today. And guys, our president can't even put together an effective state fair. It's not even a state fair, really. An effective local fair, county fair. Just take a look at this local reporting from NBC.
Great American State Fair on its first day.
Beautiful. Awesome. I love it.
Very interesting.
Looks great. Beautiful weather.
I do like the exhibits, but only the exhibits that have stuff.
Like candy?
Yeah.
Super fun, yeah.
Where are you visiting from?
Oregon.
Washington State.
We're from Texas.
Texas.
Rockville, Maryland.
DC. From California.
New York.
I'm from Costa Rica.
Montana. Do you want honesty?
Of course.
Underwhelming. Because there's so much cool stuff in every state in this country, and each one is a little bit like an advertisement instead of but not a good advertisement.
You don't need your passport to get in, but you will get a passport that you can use to stamp all of the individual booths for all of the states and the U.S. territories. There's D.C., Virginia over there, Maryland down there. Let's go get our first stamp.
Insert.
Thank you. So each state has their own exhibit on the mall. Some are more detailed than others. This is Maryland's, and at 7:30 on day one, looks like they're already ready to close up. So it is free to get into. There are multiple entrances along the National Mall. However, you are going to have to go through security and be prepared to have your personal belongings checked. So you guys live in Washington, D.C.
God, the thing is, there's no negative reporting on this from this guy. He's just showing it. But honestly, the fact that he's not even talking about how much of a ghost town it is insane to me.
Born and raised
it's insane.
Here? 5th generation, me and him.
5th generation.
And these are kids.
What do you think of the mall and everything that's happened over the past couple of weeks?
Cool to have a state fair in D.C. We've never had this before.
You can take a picture with the Artemis 2 astronauts or shoot a TikTok. Oh, and how about a rodeo on the National Mall?
You need to come out and prepare to be here for many days. There's so much.
It's so empty. It's just completely barren
to do.
And wear comfortable shoes.
Yes, that's a must. That's a must.
16 days. You guys think you're going to come back for any of the other days?
Definitely coming back. I got to see this rodeo.
Celebrate good times. Come on!
Oh my God. Look at that! This genuinely feels like a comedy skit, guys. This feels like an Adam Ruins Everything clip. this is like some Sacha Baron Cohen level, like, Borat bullshit. Like, this is crazy. You got the United States Navy band, and there are like 12 people sitting there watching. It is insane. It is insane. Guys, this is supposedly a man, this is the project of a man who prides himself on being able to throw together spectacle, on being able to build big and impressive things. And unironically, I have never seen something so unimpressive here. We're gonna finish this, but then I'm gonna show you just like a picture. All right.
Now there is food available, but get ready to pay up.
Holy shit!
Okay, so if you want to come to,
no, I'm sorry. We need to take a look at that.
But get ready to
for a $20 for a smash cheeseburger. Are you for real right now? $10 for some, like, almost $10 for some lemonade? $20 for a giant Western sausage? That better be a euphemism. I just, for $20, that it better be a euphemism. But like, $23 turkey leg. Guys, for $23, I could buy like, I don't know, like 2 full turkeys. That's crazy.
Pay up. Okay, so if you want to come to the fair, it's open now.
Those prices are hell.
Yeah, no kidding. Salty Turtle Cupcake, thank you for the $6.66 dono.
Until July 10th. Most weeknights, it closes at 9 p.m. Thursdays to Saturdays, it's open until 11 p.m. And get this, on July 4th, it's open till midnight. I'm Joseph Olmo, News 4. Back.
Holy shit, it's going to be so packed. Why, you'll be able to see dozens of people staying there to midnight. Dozens, I tell you. Now, look, many of you all know that I'm from Minnesota, you know, and obviously everyone thinks that their state fair is like the best state fair. But I shit you not, I want you to take a look at just like, this is an average picture for an average day at the Minnesota State Fair, all right? I'm pretty sure there are more people in this picture than there were in the entirety of the background of that news broadcast. Like, yeah, look, the Minnesota State Fair is a good state fair, all right? But the fact that Donald Trump put together this, like, national state fair, and it can't even draw, like, Minnesota numbers, like, oh my god. Dear Lord. That's embarrassing. It's so bizarre. And it's so funny, because, like, anyone with eyes, right? Like, obviously you're gonna get some conservatives who watch that broadcast and are like, well, it's the biased liberal media. I tell you what. And I gotta be honest, I think anyone with eyes can look at this and see, oh no, this sucks. Here's the Washingtonian. I went to Trump's Great American State Fair. It was bleaker than I expected. Anytime someone might be able to attribute the word bleak to your state fair, you have failed profoundly, utterly at the project of throwing a state fair. Yeah, this is a picture of Ohio's state fair. They got Crazy Mouse. I didn't see one crazy mouse at the Great American State Fair in Washington D.C. I just it's nuts, right? Thursday was opening day for the Great American State Fair, the latest round of summer patriotism planned by President Trump's Freedom 250 semi-quincentennial task force. In preparation, the National Mall has spent weeks cluttered with half-built plywood structures and has been largely cordoned off to the public. Road closures and bus detours will choke downtown through mid-July. The fanfare conflicts with the usual dates of the locally beloved Smithsonian Folklife Festival. I wonder if they have pictures. This already looks like so much more fun. This already looks like, I've never heard of it, already looks like so much more fun. God. Which has moved its iconic marketplace to the Arts and Industries building instead. Surely, I thought, this thing ought to be worth the fuss. Gates opened at 10 a.m., and I feared my noon arrival would relegate me to the back of a winding security line. Getting to the bag check wasn't easy. Tall fences flanked the entire mall, and I walked well over a mile from the Federal Triangle station just to reach an entry point. But when I finally make it, already sweating through my shirt, there's no line to speak of. Later, a vendor tells me that nobody really trickled in for at least an hour after the start time. A guard glances into my purse, ushers me through the metal detector, and off I go. Oh my god. The tender sheen over the event quickly dissipated last month when a hodgepodge of musicians booked for live performances backed out at the last minute. By the way, speaking of those performances backing out at the last minute, Vanilla Ice has also canceled his performances at this event. Like, it is such an ongoing embarrassing clusterfuck for Donald Trump that I'm truly baffling. Truly baffling. In the 11th hour, the president declared he would headline the fair himself. He was introduced at a rally Wednesday night by Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who started by dogging on the libtards that canceled on us. When Trump finally took the stage, he lauded America as the hottest nation in the world. "Nobody's laughing at us anymore," said the man filling in for Milli Vanilli. Oh, God. Despite the event's unseemly visage, I truly believed I might have an okay time. The crowd, look at this. Look at this. Just fucking empty. They can't even pay people to be there, literally. Like, God, I know it's not really great political analysis here for me to just essentially put together a segment where we just laugh at the utter ineptitude of Donald Trump and his administration and the complete failure to put on any kind of event that would actually inspire people or allow people to have a good time. But like, this is genuinely funny. This is genuinely very funny. Oh, God. Upon entry, the Ferris wheel smacks you in the face. It's not very big, but the slow-moving line boasts the highest concentration of people anywhere on the mall. One couple toward the back tells me they've been waiting for 20 minutes already, and they haven't seen the ride run yet. That's why the line was long. The one Ferris wheel they got didn't work. I just... this is delicious. Across from the Ferris wheels, a scaled-down replica of Trump's victory arch planned for Memorial Circle near Arlington National Cemetery. A couple folks pose for photos in front of it, while others slumped underneath for some shade. Guys. Guys, it's incredible. Here's the picture of the rodeo. Look at literally only like a hand, like less than, like you just have people standing shoulder to shoulder with practically no one behind them. I've seen bigger crowds for a rodeo literally in the middle of nowhere, Texas. All right? What, like places that are hours away from major metropolitan areas. And like Washington D.C., I want to remind you guys, is in a highly densely populated area. They literally just couldn't get anyone to give a shit about this. It's crazy. It's so fucking funny. God. Anyway, I just think it's funny. And honestly, I'm going to link this piece from the Washingtonian into the chat here. And I'll link it in the description as well, because it's honestly just a great read. Like, just a great read of somebody who really had no dog in this fight, really didn't give a shit, and was hoping to have a good time, and just absolutely did not. It's funny. Well, that's the thing, right? Black Rose PCS writes, you'd think fascists would at least get pageantry right. Which is, that's the thing. That's what I find very funny about this too. Because the entirety of Donald Trump and the entirety of the Trump presidency right now is coasting along on vibes. Alright? And the vibes keep getting worse every fucking day. The vibes keep getting worse. And we are starting to see even MAGA picking up on that. It's taken them their sweet time, of course, but the fact that even MAGA isn't really showing up to support this event, and even like a lot of MAGA performers aren't bothering to go to this event. I mean, it's pathetic, but it also proves to me that the vibes are definitely souring. Yeah, the chud slop is no longer chumming the waters. You know, the chuds are going elsewhere for their meals. And so, like, the problem is, you have to be, if you're gonna have a fascist administration, you have to fake that things are going well. And you gotta be able to fake it fairly well. And the problem is here, this is not faking it well. Right? Like, North Korea fakes it well, right? They pull out all the stops to bamboozle folks. They try and put up a strong facade, even as things like go to the shit in more rural areas, right? But Donald Trump does not have the ability of an authoritarian like Kim Jong-un, right? He doesn't got that. He wishes he did. It's why he writes love letters to Kim Jong-un. But he doesn't have that power. And he also doesn't have the competence necessary to be able to operate with what power he does have, which should have included, by the way, being able to put together like a national state fair. But clearly he does not possess those skills, nor do his underlings, and it's all just incompetence from top to bottom, peppered with yes men. That's really it. The Riz fell off. I mean, yeah, and it's a colossal problem. I would say it's an existential problem for the Trump administration. It's an existential problem for MAGA in general. And honestly, I take no small degree of hope from that. I think the slowly ranciding vibes here are good for anyone who is on the left. I think that the failure of the Trump administration to really stick its flag in the sand here is absolutely unequivocally good. So, all that being said, folks, got anything out of this, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. And also, get organized, folks. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and hey, get organizing. Because for all of the flack that I give a lot of these MAGA folks, they do organize. They do organize. And if they can do it, we can do it too, and we can do it better. So it just takes showing up. Show up. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help joining DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. We can help you get started, all right? And all that being said, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie, designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. So go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Look at us go. Look at us go. What do I do with the butt again? You click it. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Quinn Decker, I've seen more people in line for the cookie bucket at the Minnesota State Fair than the entirety of that clip. That's so true. The cookie bucket, the corn hut. The corn hut literally gets more foot traffic than all of the people we saw in that. It's crazy. All right, guys, are you ready? We have to talk about the centrist meltdown. You guys have a cookie bucket? Yeah, in Minnesota, there's a cookie stand. More like over the years, it's become a cookie industrial complex called Sweet Martha's, and they sell a literal plastic pail full to the point of like spilling over of cookies that are freshly baked. Like, you can go to the state fair in Minnesota, just buy this massive bucket of cookies, and then carry it around with you for the rest of the day. It is truly, by the way, you do need to eat them like the same day, because they are exquisite that day. They do not hold up well the next day, generally speaking. But they are very good on that day. I did, as a youth, once buy one of the buckets with a couple of my friends and try to eat the entire bucket. This is a mistake. Don't learn from my examples. All right, do not do this unless you have like 5 people with you. Do not attempt to eat the entire cookie bucket. But yeah, the god tier combo is getting the Sweet Martha's cookies and then going to the all you can drink milk bar. It's true. It's all the BPA from the plastic containers, probably. I too have eaten an entire bucket of cookies, and at the bottom of that bucket, all I found was regret. It's true. It's true. All right. Are you guys ready to jump into centrists losing their goddamn minds? Because I am. I'm excited. I think it's going to be fun. Let me see if I need to berate chat into liking the stream more. Let's see here. Also, Lady Raincloud, hello! All right. Let's see. We have around 270 people in YouTube chat, and we have not broken 100 likes. I am berating you. This is me berating you. Shame on you. You can absolutely click that like button. I believe in you guys. There you go. There you go. All right. No, never suppress your nature. Don't regret it. Eat all the cookies. The grilled corn hut though is one of my favorites. I'm a sucker for street corn. 29 people. Yeah, because you're in the vertical chat where we capture all of the world's terrible people. And then there are some brilliant, strong warriors who tough it out against the hordes of
do you think Jax from the Amazing
jackasses.
Digital Circus is good trans representation?
I don't know, because I haven't seen it. I'm going to say maybe. Balls Deep 6969, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. Love your necklace. It's giving Roaring 20s. It may have been from the Roaring 20s because I bought it at an estate sale. But I already like the berating doesn't apply to me. It's okay. You're one of the good ones, Winby. Okay. Here we go. Also, Twitch chat today. You guys are really doing good. You guys, Twitch chat, by the way, is still ahead of all the other chats. And also, y'all, we're almost breaking 100 over on Twitch as well. That's crazy. We got almost 400 people watching at 11 p.m. on a Friday. All right. This is my first time catching a stream live. Hi. Hides quietly in the corner. Gaius Julianus, look at you. Being a cutie patootie the first time in chat.
All the freakouts are great promos to join DSA.
It's true. It's true, Andrew S. And I, for one, am very excited. Now, let's jump into this. Let's do this. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that centrist Democrats and the establishment broadly are continuing to freak out over the fact that both AOC's endorsed candidates and Zoran Mamdani's endorsed candidates managed to win their respective primary races. And one of the cool things that I think might allude to some level of collaboration between AOC and Mamdani is that their endorsements did not seem to overlap, as far as I can tell. And I find that really interesting, if that coordination is indeed happening. Now, let's take a look. I wanted to show you guys this particular clip.
You talked about this week...
This is actually really quiet. Let me boost the sound here.
Kind of how the fear-mongering, you had deja vu, I think is how you described it. And you just alluded to that and what you just said now. What advice are you giving, or would you have for these new members who are coming in and are already being painted in a certain way? And I want to talk about them too, but what advice do you have for them about how to get things done while still shaking up the system at the same time?
Yeah, you know, I think new and incoming members have no shortage of advice that's being given to them.
Well, but you lived it.
Yes,
you lived it in a very different way.
Yes, and I mean, I'll get to them, but I actually think the more important advice that I would give would be to my incumbent colleagues, which is you will create a self-fulfilling prophecy by deciding who these young women are before you've met them. And if you are already panicking and sending little messages in your group chats about how these people need to be reined in and tamped down and shown their place, you are creating the antagonistic dynamic that we do not need. These are two young, talented, intelligent women that got elected against all odds, against millions of dollars. Perhaps there is something we can learn from them. Yeah.
And I think, again, AOC is being incredibly diplomatic here, while also simultaneously firing her own shot across the bow, right? Because what she's doing is effectively taking a side. Because with the primary wins in New York City, we have seen a schisming. We have seen a recognition among the centrist establishment Democrats that, oh no, these people are our enemies. And on the one hand, that is validating. It is validating that finally the progressive leftist movement has built up enough power to be recognized as an enemy. And on the other hand, I also want to say this is, I think, a particularly dangerous time insofar as I think centrist Democrats are willing to immolate themselves in an effort to destroy progressive challengers. And I find it really interesting because the progressives that are coming into power here, they're doing it in safe blue districts. This is ostensibly where, like, the idea and ideals of the Democratic Party should be the strongest. And the rejection of those ideas by the establishment, I think, is incredibly telling. I think it is. I think it is a betrayal of the Democratic base. It is a betrayal of all of the, normie libs who march in No Kings. It is a betrayal of all of these people who organized against ICE in their communities. And I don't think establishment and centrist Dems really realize that. They've been so used to coasting into victory in a lot of these blue areas that they've lost the fighting instinct. They've lost the ability to organize amongst themselves and to properly leverage power. Because what centrists have tended to do is not actually run a ground game at all, but instead spend a lot of money and use their pre-existing network of connections among mainstream media to put a lot of stories out there. But the problem, stories about different candidates, attacks, etc., smears, the problem is that's not working anymore because more and more people, especially young people, and I'm going to show you evidence of that in a bit, are realizing mainstream media sucks and they need progressive challengers. All right? But I wanted to show you guys this because I think it is very related, which is this article from Reuters, which New York City freezes rents for 1 million apartments in Mayor Mamdani victory. That's right, folks. New York City Housing Board voted on Thursday to freeze the rents for about 1 million regulated apartments for up to 2 years, fulfilling a central campaign promise of Mayor Zoran Mamdani only months into his term. Now, the thing is, this is one of those achievements that centrist Dems look down their noses at progressives for, right? Because centrist Dems are like, well, that doesn't do anything. That isn't good enough. We need to be building out more apartments. We need to be building out more housing. We'll have a public-private partnership to funnel money into corporations that donated to my campaign in order to build out more housing. But the issue is, and what, again, establishment Democrats don't realize is that many people are angry as hell. They're angry at the exploitation that they experience on a day-to-day basis. They are angry about the exploitation and the corruption they see in their government officials. They are angry about the blatant failures of Democratic leadership in particular to listen to them. They're angry about the intractability of Congress. They're angry about the clear ideological biases of SCOTUS. They are angry. They are angry. They are angry. They are angry. But you know who they're not angry at? They're not angry at the people freezing their rent. They're not angry at the progressives. And in fact, they are more than willing to organize for progressives. They are more than willing to knock on doors for progressives and leftists. They are more than willing to put in the work that directly counteracts money. Okay? And this is a huge problem. I want to give you guys an example here, all right?
I woke up and learned that my rent will not increase for the next 2 years. And I will tell you with 100% certainty that no amount of therapy, no amount of journaling, no amount of manifestation, no amount of breath work could have regulated my system like learning that at least my rent will be frozen for the next 2 years. And this is your reminder that your politicians, your government, owe you a regulated nervous system. Let me give you a radical idea. Stop healing. The entire self-help industry in the United States, for the most part, not all, it is a distraction to take away from the fact that our governments, all of these systems, are dysregulating us, and instead we're here internalizing it. And I will tell you that the simple fact of knowing that my rent is frozen for the next 2 years has done more for my nervous system than the last 4 years of trying everything to feel better.
Now, this is the thing, right? People remember this kind of relief. People remember who gave it to them. People remember who allowed them to take a deep breath and actually relax a little bit because you aren't being pushed to the point of deprivation, pushed to the point where you have to choose between food and rent. Like, people remember that shit. And when socialists get into office and then actually deliver, that is a colossal, colossal problem for establishment Democrats who just want to grill and chill and keep the status quo so that they can keep giving kickbacks to their biggest donors. And that, I think, is why you are seeing just absolute shit fits being thrown. And you know, what's funny to me is, like, even the most mild-mannered of these progressives that are being elected, they're able to, like, really roughly criticize the Democratic Party. Here's Brad Lander on MS Now, posted in vertical format because Brad Lander be like that.
New Yorkers are fed up with the status quo that's not working for them. You got housing and healthcare and all the prices skyrocketing. And people see Democrats, instead of fighting for them, taking money from corporate PACs funded by Wall Street and crypto and AI and APAC. And I think voters are saying we're tired of that. We want folks who are going to fight for working families. Luckily in New York, we can do that with a lot of joy right now, coming off the Knicks win and Mayor Mamdani's win. But it's like being Mr. Rogers, but with a steel spine. New Yorkers are...
Like, come on, that's a great line. Mr. Rogers with a steel spine basically describes Brad's entire brand of politics. It's great. It's great. But he's right. People are angry. When you see Democrats and progressives coming up in politics saying people are fed up with the status quo, people are fed up with the system, it's because it's not just like, I'm so fed up. It's like blood-curdling screams of rage and agony as people are trying to balance, like, the bills of having children and the needs of being a functional human and all of this and how it works and is commodified by our entire system, there's a lot of suffering there that gets, shunted off to the back of people's brains, but it's still there. And I think what's really interesting is that there are some Republicans out there who can understand exactly what is happening right now. And I want to share with you guys a post by James Woods the day after Mamdani's endorsements all swept their respective primaries, right? I know James Woods, virulent Republican, but here is his post. Dollar store Obama has a tough choice now. Embrace the full-blown communism of the Mamdani/AOC/Sanders SDA, Socialist Democrats of America. Can't even get the name of the org right. Or cut out the cancer of the radical left party and save what's left of the old guard, somewhat rational Democrat Party. The former are growing like flies, thanks in large part to the tsunami of illegal Muslims swamping the nation. That part is utterly bizarre to me and is only born out of James Woods' deep, deep racism. While the more moderate Democrat regulars are shrinking in a maelstrom of Trump-hating madness, they can cheat in the next election maybe one last time, but the country at large is sick of it, and poor Hakeem can't dodge the grim realities much longer. The Democrat Party is imploding. Now, I would say rather, like to kind of like contextualize this a little bit, James Woods is correct that the DSA, the progressive wing of the party, is an existential threat to the centrist establishment shills who want to maintain control at all costs. It is a threat. And progressives should be a threat to establishment power, because establishment power has failed the general American populace for far too long. Chuck Schumer is ostensibly leader of the Democrats in the Senate and, ostensibly one of the leading voices of the Democrats in Washington, D.C. And he is one of the most hated politicians in America because of his failures. Hakeem Jeffries is hated by Democrats because of his failures. But both cling on to power because establishment Democrats have put out their roots and dug down deep, and they cling onto that power for all they got. And they've got millions upon millions of dollars to do it. From their donors, from corporations, from billionaires, etc. And the issue here is that the battle lines have been drawn, right? You get pieces in the New York Times running like this: centrist Democrats rebuke party's left wing. We are capitalist, not socialist. And it's like, okay, but you guys might be capitalists, but the reforms that people are demanding and asking for aren't. And that kind of disconnect, that kind of dissonance cannot abide much longer. We're at a breaking point. Right? We're at a really big breaking point in our political system. And one of the things driving that, and why Democrats are establishment Democrats, and I want to make sure we're making a distinction here, are panicking, is because they have the internal polling about how Democrats are doing broadly. And I just want to show you guys one thing here, right? This is a Yale Youth poll, came out not too long ago. And this part really stood out to me. Younger Democrats favor Harris and AOC in hypothetical 2028 primary. Older Democrats prefer Newsom. But as you can see here, even this headline really undersells it, because when you start looking at Kamala Harris versus AOC in 2028, you see the age breakdown. You see that the same number of people in the 18 to 22, practically the same, number of people in the 18 to 22 age bracket prefer Kamala Harris, and slightly less prefer AOC. But then you start seeing absolute blowouts in the 23 to 29-year-old, 33% to 22%. The 30 to 34%, 30 to 34 age demographic, it's 24 to 30%. And like, even when you get to 35 to 44, you're still seeing 16%. You're still seeing on par with Gavin Newsom. And it's only when you get to 45 to 64 and 65 plus that support for the more progressive AOC starts falling off in this polling, right? And this is the problem. The problem is that when we look at the polls for, hey, who, like what, Trump's popularity, look at this. Overall, Donald Trump is very unpopular, but specifically among younger voters, he's like 68% of 18 to 22 hate Donald Trump. 72% of the 23 to 29-year-old demographic hate Donald Trump. 75% of the 30 to 34 age bracket hate Donald Trump, right? So the problem here with these two polls is that Democrats know, oh, okay, there's going to be a massive backslide against Republicans. But who is going to benefit from that when there is the younger demographics, the most numerous demographics, I want to add, are solidly in favor of more progressive candidates. That's what that youth polling on Harris versus AOC is, right? That's the problem. They're terrified because it's not just about AOC and Kamala Harris. It is a question of, do you prefer the establishment Democrat or the progressive Democrat? And more people are filtering over to the progressive Democrats. Specifically because establishment Dems have had their shot. They've had their shot at fixing it. They had their shot at fixing it with Joe Biden. They had their shot at running a campaign that centrist Democrats wanted with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden in 2024, and it failed spectacularly. And, to give Joe Biden some credit, a lot of his economic reforms were good, but the communication around them was terrible. And people did not feel in the moment as if it was improving the economy, right? Which is why someone like Zoran Mamdani actually delivering something that is immediate relief, that is palpable and long in duration, that is a big deal. It's a really big deal, right? And establishment Democrats, instead of going, oh, okay, here's what we can learn from Zoran Mamdani. Here's what we can learn from these primary losses. We need to recalibrate our policy positions. Instead of doing that, they're saying, we're going to smear you with op-eds. We are going to come at you in the press. We are going to do our damnedest to bury you guys and make you politically irrelevant. It is, instead of watching and learning and growing, it is instead, we must destroy progressives and leftists. And what that means is, progressives and leftists going forward, we have a very real opportunity. We have a very real opportunity here to change the very fabric of the Democratic Party and show what actually works when Democrats that are socialist or leftist or progressive actually get into office. That's what is needed here. Because the conservative Democrats, they're the ones who have failed us. The Hakeem Jeffries, the Chuck Schumers. Their time is done, and people are angry as fuck about it, right? Evelyn Normie Lib is, sharpening her blades, as it were. But let's take a look here. Centrist Democrats have reacted with a very different tone, alarm. We are capitalists, not socialists, reads a letter titled The Promise to America, signed by a group of moderate House Democrats 2 days after the primaries. With 4 months until midterm elections, the outcomes in New York have deepened divisions in the Democratic Party, threatening to unleash a renewed internal debate about electability and how Democrats speak about capitalism. In Congress and elsewhere, some moderates have quickly distanced themselves from the victorious far-left candidates, worrying Republicans will use them to paint the entire party as extreme. But this is the thing, right? And this is the thing that anyone who is young enough to have used the internet before will already intuitively understand, which is that Republicans were going to slander and call people on the left extreme no matter what they do. They called Obama a communist. They called Joe Biden a communist. They called Kamala Harris a communist. They've used the word so much that it doesn't mean anything to Republicans anymore other than someone I don't like. And the issue here is that I gotta be completely honest with you guys. This doesn't work anymore. If all Democrats that run are gonna be called, communist Marxists anyway, then you might as well run people who are gonna do good things instead of constantly cowering in the face of that criticism. It's genuinely baffling to me, but moderates continue to act like, well, if they call us communists, it'll hurt our chances at victory. It doesn't, because they already do that, and Democrats still win. So I don't know, seems kind of stupid. Let's continue going through this, though. Organizers of the letter, which had been released earlier this month, unveil the first 15 signatories on Thursday, 2 days after the primary results, that put Democratic Socialists on track to double their ranks in the House. Politics forces false choices between extremes on right and left, the letter said. We reject them. The issue here, and the thing that I would love if more media would call out, is that it is not equivalent. Yet, you cannot equivocate the left and the right. Right? The people who are considered far left in America want homeless people to be housed. They want people, regardless of who they are, to have health care. They want people everywhere to be fed. These are not the same as the goals of the far right, which is mass ethnic cleansing, stripping of fundamental human rights, increased security state that is increasingly weaponized and militarized against the American public. This is not the same goal. Clearly, these two goals are not the same. So whenever you see somebody online or in the media saying, well, the extreme left and the extreme right are basically the same, we reject both of these things, understand that the people on the left are the ones who want to give you healthcare. And the people on the right don't want you to have children if you're gay. The people on the right don't want you to be able to get married if you're gay. The people on the right want to literally ban books from your library. They want to pretend like there are questions to be asked about the Holocaust. The people on the right who are on the extreme end, they are not the same as the folks on the left. And I think it is a great red flag to note when someone says, I reject the far left and the far right. That is a big red flag. All right? The letter is led by Representative Tom Suzy, a New York Democrat who flipped a swing district on Long Island 2 years ago. He said the group aimed to secure signatures from 20 Democratic candidates, 200 state and local officials, and 2,000 activists, and to build a movement. He's contending with an ascendant left-wing movement growing in New York City, where Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, endorsed a slate of 3 House primary candidates who identify as Democratic socialists. Those candidates swept their races, empowering the activist left and alarming moderate Democrats. In an interview, Mr. Suzy said, that message from Tuesday is not the message that I embrace, and that his party needed to do a better job making clear what we do believe in. I'm sorry, but the Democratic Party's main problem right now isn't making clear what the Democratic Party believes in. The problem that the Democratic Party is facing right now is the fact that it has failed fundamentally the American public. Why are there still members of Congress voting to confirm Trump judges? Why are Democrats still doing that? Why are Democrats still moving through legislation that is favored by Donald Trump? Why are they not using every single procedural hurdle at their disposal? Denying quorum, for example, a prime example of this. Why are they not just constantly doing that? Why haven't they run the tape back on what Mitch McConnell did under Obama and just running that again against Trump? There are so many things that Democrats in Congress could be doing right now, but are choosing not to. And so when we start looking at like, well, the Democratic Party needs to do a better job doing, telling people what we believe. No one gives a fuck about what you believe. They give a fuck about what you do. Right? Like, I gotta be completely honest. No one would give a fuck about Zoran Mamdani being a socialist if he was completely incompetent and nothing was getting done in New York City. Right? That would actively harm the movement, but no one would be like, oh, well, what's important is what he believes, not what he actually delivers. No, what is important is that when you are in elected office, when you are voted to represent people, you deliver. That is what is important. Right? The DSA is literally running on this that Dems have been promising since the Clinton era. We don't believe them at all. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, Democrats have been promising for years to fix their shit, and they haven't been doing it. And so now DSA members are getting elected in the Democratic Party in order to actually do the things that Democrats have been promising. There was that, I forget who it was from. Guys, this is how Republicans reacted to Bill Clinton in the 90s. All right? Oh, but if we elect people on the far left who are democratic socialists, they'll be mean to us. Here's Bill Clinton, the most Reagan-like Democrat ever elected.
Bill Clinton's vision for a better America includes job quotas for homosexuals, giving homosexuals special civil rights, allowing homosexuals in the armed forces. Al Gore supports homosexual couples adopting children and becoming foster parents. Is this your vision for a better America? For more information on traditional family values, contact the Christian Action Network.
Like, these are the kinds of attack ads that they ran against Clinton. This is what, like, got DOMA passed, all right? This is from Matt Baum, by the way. A great YouTuber. Go check out Matt Baum. Shout out. He does a lot of great stuff with queer history in the United States. Highly recommend that YouTube channel. But one thing that I find really interesting, and I do want to highlight, I think this Politico article in particular is worth reading. It's very, very good. But not because it's, like, well written, but because I think it reveals exactly what centrist Democrats are thinking at the moment. Centrist Democrats are freaking out about progressives' winning streak. By the way, I read this shortly after ending my stream yesterday, and it basically validated everything that I said in my segment on centrist Dems yesterday as well. All right, but basically, it's more pearl clutching. It's more freaking out. Here we go. The far left is eyeing even bigger targets in key battleground primaries that will determine control of Congress as well as governorships in crucial swing states. Most importantly, moderates fear that a progressive primary sweep could imperil the party's hopes of beating Republicans this fall. They also have a more fundamental fear that progressives are becoming more mainstream as they keep winning, reshaping the Democratic Party. And I do want to say, I'm very excited to read that in Politico. I'm very excited to read that in Politico because the entire thing, the entire push of my channel for like the last 2 years has been, hey, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. We need to have a takeover of the Democratic Party. And boy, howdy, some of y'all have listened to me. Some of you have listened to me and gone to your local Democratic meetings. Some of you have listened to me and gone to your local DSA meetings. And that organizing is not in vain, friends. That organizing is not in vain. It is right now shaking the very foundations of the Democratic Party. And that is a glorious thing. That is a great thing. That is something to be proud of, right? Centrist Democrats, normie Democrats, need to realize we're the insurgents and they're the new establishment, said Liam Kerr, a co-founder of the moderate-aligned Welcome Pack. It's a long-term structural problem more than it is any particular win. So what's really interesting here to me is that, and one of the reasons I find this article particularly interesting to read, is that Politico tends to interview not political scientists, not for articles like this anyway. They don't go interview like people who study political history or scientists or whatever. They go and they interview political partisans, specifically moderate political partisans, right? I've pointed this out before, but in this Politico piece, why are you talking to the leadership of an ideologically centrist political pack? Like, why do that instead of like an expert in the field? Obviously, if you talk to somebody who is working for a pack, they're going to advertise the ideology of the pack. This is not journalism, especially when you are focusing on what the people who are paid to organize for centrist shills, for the establishment Democrats. Like, that's insane. And yet Politico does this all the time. So just something to be aware of, especially when you're reading political content or politics news. Who are they talking to? And registering, hey, if somebody is being highlighted here in this article as the co-founder of the moderate aligned Welcome Pack, there's somebody who views progressives as an enemy. And when someone like that says that Democratic Socialists winning office is a long-term structural problem, more than it is any one particular win, what they're saying is the problem to be worked on within the Democratic Party is how do you restructure the Democratic Party to deny popular support victories within the primary process. Right? That's what he's saying. When he says it's a structural problem that Democratic Socialists are winning, what he's saying is it should no longer be that, hey, popular candidates within the Democratic Party get it through the primary process and become the nominee. No, he's saying, no, we need to fix that problem. We need to make sure only our guys win, right? And I find that particularly revealing about what centrist Democrats actually think, right? Now, I do think it is interesting here, some of these quotes. See, and here's a quote from Abdul Al-Sayed. It's happening in New York. It's happening in Michigan. I think we're seeing it happen across the country now, that folks are sick and tired of being sick and tired. So certainly we are going to harness that. Absolutely. Now, also want to point out here that, of course, they also got the thoughts of Matt Bennett, the co-founder of Third Way. Yes, that Third Way that went after Hassan Piker. These races might have some impact on 2026 if Republicans weaponize the craziest ideas of these candidates against mainstream Democrats running in blue districts. Now, the reason Matt Bennett frames it in this way is that he is trying to say, if if these democratic socialists win in places like New York, well, then that's going to bring down all the Democrats in maybe more competitive districts. Well, they're going to be destroyed by being associated in the same political party as these Democrats over here that are democratic socialists. But again, Republicans are going to call these people, Republicans are going to call, however moderate the Democrat, they're going to call him a communist. It's like, God. But then I read a blessed series of words like this. The Blue Dogs, Democrats' House centrist coalition and campaign allies are worried as well. Blue Dog Action's Phil Gardner, no relation, said it's imperative that moderate Democrats in swing districts address Republican attacks head on and put distance between themselves and the left flank of their party. Quote, the reason they do that is because it works. Gardner said of GOP efforts to tie moderates to progressives. Candidates running in these competitive seats should not rely on just anti-Trump sentiment or the Democratic brand, because you're basically putting your destiny in the hands of forces outside your control. Which is, I think, another recurring statement you notice in a lot of these quotes from these think tanks and political action committees, which is, oh, the Democratic Socialists are going to introduce variables that are outside your control. Because Democrats in office, these establishment types, they want to maintain a political machine that allows them to pick and choose who the victors of any given primary are. They want to maintain that control because it allows them to maintain status quo. Their problem is with the concept of democracy itself. And what's wild to me is that a lot of these political think tanks and action committees, they're just out there saying it right now. They're so mad that they're just, the mask is off, right? And I do think it is very interesting to see happen, because the Blue Dog Democrats have been a thorn in the side of progressive policymaking for ages. And honestly, anything that moves us closer to making them an irrelevant force in Congress is a move towards giving us a Congress that can actually act and make things better for everyday working people in this country. And I don't know. I take some hope in the tears from these centrists. Now, I will also say, on a similar note, I wish Phil Gardner would ask, hey, why does it work to tie moderate Democrats to more progressive Democrats in GOP attack ads? Why does that work? Well, I think I know why. And it works because moderate Democrats do not functionally deliver in ways that average working people actually see the benefit of. Right? That's the problem. Because moderate Democrats are too busy juggling phone calls from their biggest donors to actually care about the plight of working people. Because, who are those working people going to vote for anyway? We're the only game in town. And so this is the issue, is that when you cede ideological ground to conservatives, when you ignore parts and the failures of the Democratic Party, when you ignore the failures to deliver, that gives ideological real estate for Republicans to fearmonger on. It's exactly what happened with Kamala Harris and trans issues. She didn't say the word transgender once during her campaign, and yet people said afterwards that her stance on trans issues lost her the campaign. And again, that's just bullshit analysis. She didn't advocate for trans people at all during her campaign. And the reason the Republicans were able to come in and fearmonger successfully on trans issues at all was because she didn't say anything about it. And if she had actually defended trans people, I think she would have come out very differently from those attacks. She talked about trans surgeries for prisoners. Yeah, but when did she talk about trans surgeries for prisoners? She talked about it in 2019. And then she refused to talk about it during her campaign. And so that's the problem. The problem is when you don't stand on your positions, when you don't have principles, what happens is that Republicans take clips out of context from past speeches or past public appearances, and then they can do and fearmonger however much they like about those. And because you're not willing to stand up and defend yourself, it's basically like standing there and getting punched in the face repeatedly. People view it as weakness. People view it as fundamentally, well, if you're not going to stand up for this, then you're not going to stand up for anything else that you're doing. And like, it's very simple on the trans prisoners question, which is, hey, prisoners deserve medical care. Prisons should not be torture dungeons. Full stop. And the answer is wider and more generally. You then transition into talking about how, in fact, everybody in America deserves health care. Everybody deserves that shit. All right? Sex changes for prisoners is a low priority, in my opinion. Again, I want you to understand what you're doing right now is coming in here and saying, I think medical care for prisoners is a low priority. And, you know, I think that that's the exact kind of attitude that has made our prisons hotbed for things like rape, torture, abuse, death. I think that kind of attitude is exactly what has turned our prisons into hellscapes. And I reject it. I reject it emphatically. And I think that prisoners, as well as every other person in America, deserve health care. It's not difficult to mark out that position and defend it. It's not difficult to get up and say with your full chest, hey, I don't think we should be torturing people in prisons by denying them the health care they need. That's not a difficult position. How do you pay for it? It's literally cheaper to provide the health care. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, people are always asked, how do you pay for it? It's literally cheaper. It is cheaper to provide preventative care than to wait for it to turn into a life-threatening issue, right? It is cheaper to put in the extra financing to prevent people from developing things like diabetes. Really, the doctors get cheaper? Yes! This is what I'm saying, right? Which is cheaper? Somebody who needs constant surgeries and transplants and blood infusions and dialysis because they have diabetes? Or someone who goes in, gets preventative care, and never develops diabetes? Which is more expensive? Which is more expensive? Why do I have to pay for it? For the same reason you don't want to step over dead bodies on your way to work in the morning. Because if you don't pay for it, people die. And also, at some point, you will be needing that healthcare. So why would it be in your best interest to pay for it? So that you get it. It's literally cheaper if we just provide it to everyone. And honestly, if you're so much of like a serial killer type that you're just like, well, everyone else should just die and I'd be fine. Like, frankly, society is not for you, my friend. I have it. I pay for it. You do realize you're going to get old, right? Do you know what happened to old people before the Affordable Care Act? Do you know what happened to old people before Medicaid? Do you know what happened to people before Medicare? They died a lot younger. That's look, literally the reason we have Medicare and Medicaid is so that we don't have old people dying in the streets. Yeah, so people like you didn't die in the gutter. That's like the entire point on those programs was to keep people like you alive. And now we live in a world where we have more data, and it turns out we could just give everyone healthcare. It would be cheaper than how much we spend on healthcare now, and no one would have to die from lack of healthcare in this country ever again. But instead, people are like, no, 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 no. You have to understand those poor billionaire medical companies might go out of business. To which I respond, I would prefer that those businesses cease to exist than people die preventable deaths. So you want to burden society longer? It's literally a bigger burden right now. It's literally a bigger burden on society right now to not have universal health care. But I get, like, you're like, well, who would pay for it? Why should I pay for it? I don't know, the same reason you pay for taxes that pay for roads. The same reason you pay taxes for fire departments and police departments. The same reason you pay taxes in general so that the country doesn't get invaded. You know, the same reason, to keep your fellow citizens alive, to keep society functional, etc., etc., etc. And if you can't get on board with that, then, like, you're just not built for society. Like, go, please, by all means, exit. I use those things? Yeah. And guess what? Only other people paying for them make it possible. And you know what? You know what else makes it possible? Other people being alive. So you should want other people to be alive to pay into these programs, because then it makes better services possible for everybody, even if you're the most self-interested bastard alive. You're telling me to work to support other people? When you pay your taxes, that's literally what the taxes are for. It's so society can continue to function. Yes. You know, in past generations, they would call it civic responsibility, but I guess people of your generation just never learned that. You know, you've got a civic duty. You know, this is something like my grandfather felt after the attack on Pearl Harbor when he signed up to go fight in World War II. And, you know, I guess someone like you could never understand that particular impulse to defend the country and make it better. God. Literal baby-brained morons. Anyway, I'm going to continue. But thank you for the distraction. Thank you for letting me make those arguments. And hopefully they help you guys out there. All right. Let's see here. Now, all of this centrist opposition has materialized financially, specifically prior to all of this, right? Here's the Michigan Daily from back in May talking about how centrist political action groups had spent $5 million trying to back Haley Stevens in Michigan against Abdul Sayed. And this is, I think,
it's
something
so
that's going to
painful
continue.
to watch the older generation not understand the basics of how the country they gave us F% works.
It's true. And I do want to say, not every older person and every older generation fails to grasp this. We have many people in this very community of various generations who all understand the basic premise of what it takes to make a society work and understand the basic premise of civic duty and the responsibility we have to one another as neighbors, right? And I do want to say, absolutely, some people don't get that, but I think overwhelmingly, more and more people are waking up to understand this very basic and fundamental truth, right? But this is something we are going to start seeing more and more of, right? The dropping of millions and millions and millions of dollars to try and oppose democratic socialists and lefties in general. And the issue is they have a finite amount of money. Now, they think right now they have practically infinite reserves of cash. But the issue is they cannot spend like this on every state level race. They cannot spend like this on every national level race. They cannot spend like this on every local race. And that problem is going to continue to get worse for them as they have to drop more and more money to oppose progressive leftists. And this in turn, is how you're going to continue to see establishment Democrats completely and utterly enrage their base. Here is from Colorado. Many of you may be familiar with Tina Peters. Jared Polis decided to release Tina Peters from prison, saying, "Oh, she seems very sorry." And people in Colorado and people around the country are furious with Jared Polis, right? Here is Tina Peters on a podcast just the other day.
Especially with this remorse thing. I'll bring that up again. Oh, Polis shouldn't have let her out because she shows no remorse. No, I do show remorse. The remorse is that people that should be in prison are not.
Yeah.
That's my remorse. The remorse for me is that the things that were exposed, nothing's been done about, especially with this.
Yeah. She tried to help overthrow the United States democracy. She was one of the people in Colorado behind the false electors bullshit. But what she's saying here is that she thinks that the people who put her in prison in the first place should be the ones in prison. Right? This is what it gets you. This is what centrist Democrats get you. They release and empower the worst tendencies among the Republican Party. This is fundamentally a colossal issue. Because every time you make a concession to Republicans, it empowers these people who are trying actively to overthrow America.
Remorse thing.
God, with their remorse thing. And meanwhile, you have Donald Trump over here, and frankly, it's truly just the incompetence.
I submitted my vote for
right?
Julie Gonzalez today in Colorado for Senate.
Hell yeah.
Make sure to vote in before June 30th.
Hell yeah, Mr. Pibb. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Here is a clip that I think is just kind of related to how absolutely absurdly weak Republicans are right now.
Loitering is not permitted in this area. Please proceed to a designated location. Thank you for your cooperation.
Merrick Garland embodies centrists failing to meet the call.
Very true, Andrew S. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, so now they have automated speakers around the national the reflecting pool, and it's now just automatically playing calls for people to disperse, and it's automatically saying that 2 National Guardsmen that have been deployed to patrol the reflecting pool.
Loitering is not permitted in this area. Please proceed to a designated location. Thank you for your cooperation.
Cool stuff. This is how weak the Republican movement is right now. This is how weak MAGA is right now. Right? The incompetence truly is overwhelming. And because Democrats, and centrist Democrats in particular, recognize the weakness of MAGA going into 2026 and going into 2028, The problem then becomes, and the reason they're freaking out is because their opponents are so weak that until progressives came on the scene, these establishment Democrats were the best game in town. They had it made. They didn't have to do shit. And now suddenly there are people pushing them to the left. And they hate it. They hate it.
We had to make the reflecting pools cloudy because we don't like reflecting. That's a thing only libs do.
It's true. Reflecting and introspection was only invented in the 1970s by the woke left. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Now, also, just in case you didn't hate what Donald Trump is doing with, the reflecting pool and the different monument building around Washington, D.C., this piece from The Atlantic actually dropped today, describing how actually all of the national park budget is now being funneled into Donald Trump's DC renovation spree. So, all of the money that was supposed to go to keeping your national parks open and functional and, not prone to having huge wildfires and whatnot, all that money is now being funneled into Washington, D.C. to flatter Trump's ego, right? And that's, it's pretty interesting. I'll link this in the chat as well. Let's see here. The pathway that connects the White House residence to the Oval Office has long been paved in Tennessee flagstone. Every president since Harry Truman made the 45-second commute and made it without complaint until Donald Trump. The done rock would not do. Instead, Trump wanted polished African granite carved in Italy with a flamed finished stripe, slightly raised to prevent slips, running down the middle. As workers tore up the flagstone in March, a reporter asked Trump who was paying for the enhancements. "Paid for by me," he replied. But that wasn't true. Budget documents from the National Park Service that I obtained show the walkway replacement cost taxpayers $689,232 and is part of a $1.3 million project that included repairing adjacent stone and masonry and providing new hardware for nearby doors. A year earlier, in a separate rush project at request of POTUS, the Park Service spent $347,503 to remove and replace the stucco on the colonnade wall, a project that cleared the way for Trump to affix gold frames and plaques mocking some of his predecessors. Yeah, so basically, he's robbing the National Park Service in order to flatter himself.
The Atlantic is one of those I sure do write good magazines. At least Harper's is funny sometimes.
I mean, I do hate a lot of the coverage from The Atlantic, but this piece was actually really good. So I'm going to link it in chat here. You guys can check it out for yourselves at your leisure. But this is the kind of thing where I understand, like, this isn't the biggest, most existential issue facing America right now, but it is one of the things that adds up to Democrats looking at the current administration and saying, oh man, we can beat this guy with our eyes closed, right? I mean, like, this, again, just yesterday, Todd Blanche conceded to violating law on Epstein files, judge finds. Court gives DOJ a week to remove redactions or justify them. Like, this administration is going, like bending over backwards to try and protect someone who's named in the Epstein documents hundreds of times. And is breaking the law to do it. This is stuff that, like, would normally kill your average administration, right? And JD Vance, meanwhile, just goes out there and says the quiet part out loud.
So we were talking about...
Oh God, it's so quiet. Jesus.
About this a little bit backstage, but I'm actually fascinated by Nixon as a character in history. I think that his historical legacy is enjoying a bit of a renaissance, but I think deservedly so. As I joked with Robert backstage, if Watergate happened tomorrow, it would be like a 12-hour news story. Like, the idea that it would have taken down a presidency is crazy. And by the way, if you look at the story of how the deep state took down Richard Nixon, it's not all that different from what the same groups of people, the same institutions tried to do to Donald Trump in the first Trump administration. There is a parallel.
Yeah, insert Nixon's quote about Jews from the tapes. And I can't remember how did Nixon feel about Jewish people?
I'm named in the Epstein files more times than any president. Is Joe Biden or Barack Hussein Obama named any times? No, I'm named thousands of times.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But also, like, this is the kind of damning quote that MAGA just feels empowered to say. Like, JD Vance just says that brazenly, openly. And like a lot of people in MAGA are just going to be like, oh, well, who cares? You know, Nixon so long ago. But like, Nixon should have been brought down by the Watergate scandal. He was caught wiretapping and spying on his political opponents. That is something that should bring down a president. And when JD Vance says, haha, isn't it quaint that Nixon was brought down by spying on his political adversaries using his power as president? How quaint. That would be a 12-hour story under Donald Trump. Ha ha ha. And it's just like, I'm sorry. That should be disqualifying in of itself. Yeah, the party of personal responsibility, just going out there and saying, hey, who gives a shit if you break the law as president?
It's not illegal. Richard Nixon.
It's literally Nixon again. But the issue is, we have moved the Overton window so far towards the right that conservatives are getting away with things that would break down a normal presidency. And we should not be complacent about that. That should not become normal. Hell, half of Republicans would just spontaneously combust in rage if, President AOC in 2029 started using her power the way Donald Trump has used his. And frankly, the problem and the thing that scares a lot of centrist Democrats is that someone from the left could actually get into power and use the broad powers of the president to actually bring about a better world for working class people. Because that would directly harm the donors of the Democratic Party establishment, and it would directly end their political control and stranglehold on the political party of the democratic system. Like, understand, Zoran Mamdani getting elected in New York City has destroyed the establishment Democratic hold on New York City. And in a similar way, getting someone ideologically committed to leftist, democratic, socialist values, progressive values, would shatter the control of the establishment Democrats here in America as well. Because what would happen if you had a president that actually started delivering like Zoran Mamdani does in New York City? What would happen? Can any of you even begin to wrap your heads around what kind of shattering of political power would happen if someone in that position actually used their power to help people?
I don't even wait. And when you're a president, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab 'em by the palantir. You can do anything.
It's true. It's true.
Call me daddy.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And I also just want to add here one last thing, which is that there are a bunch of built-in costs to what is about to go down here in America. Because keep in mind, the big beautiful bill starts fucking people over after the midterms, starting next year. And there is going to be an absurd amount of political and economic damage done by that. And that is only going to empower folks on the left in the progressive wing more and more as we go forward towards 2028. Okay? And not only that, but the actions Donald Trump is taking right now are going to have sweeping ramifications, right? Because the Supreme Court just allowed for the ending of temporary protected status for Haitian individuals in the United States. And, well, this is an article from the May 21st of this year. Ending TPS for Haiti could trigger care workforce crisis. Now, it turns out that a lot of the people who care for the elderly in this country are Haitian. And having an effort to ethnically cleanse Haitian people from the United States is actually going to cause a worker shortage when it comes to care for the elderly, which means a lot of people are going to die. They're going to lose their home health aides. They're going to lose the ability to be relatively independent. And overwhelmingly, that affects Republicans. But this is going to be an ongoing issue and labor issue going forward. Right? Now, this article in particular is put together, it is called Leading Age, and it's a nonprofit for aging services providers. So what that means is it's a nonprofit that works with different providers for home health aides and like nursing homes, etc., for the elderly. And in this particular piece, let's see here. Its findings are intended to inform ongoing policy debates about TPS and healthcare workforce. For aging service providers, the report reinforces a key takeaway: immigration policy and workforce capacity are closely linked. Providers facing potential staffing losses should review Leading Age's ongoing coverage of issues, including context on the broader workforce issues and immigration border landscape, or broader landscape, as well as for emerging advocacy opportunities. Right? Now, let's see here. Here it is. Here's Ed Markey. I want to look at the report itself. Here we go. Summary. Key findings. President Trump's attempted termination of TPS would exacerbate healthcare workforce shortages, causing a significant loss of essential healthcare workers nationwide. The group noted that the workforce shortages will be further exacerbated by immigration challenges. Leading Age, which represents more than 5,300 aging service providers nationwide, stressed that workers with temporary status are vital to the aging services workforce, and that instability in immigration policy directly threatens continuity of care for older adults. Let's see here. The Massachusetts Senior Care Association, which represents nearly 350 long-term care facilities employing and caring for more than 100,000 individuals, estimated that roughly 2,000 direct care workers in Massachusetts have been or remain at risk of losing work authorization due to the end of Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans' parole and possible TPS termination for Haitians. They warned that losing these workers on top of an existing 13% vacancy rate in direct care roles would hurt both resident care and facility capacity, because right now there has already been a shortage of staff for nursing home facilities. There is already one right now. The idea, oh well, if we get rid of all of these immigrants and refugees, then more jobs will be available for people. The jobs are available right now. Like the nursing homes are chronically understaffed. Let's take a look here. Every organization identified Haitian workers as central to the care force. NDWA cited estimates that 13,000 Haitian TPS holders work as nursing assistants, caring for roughly 65,000 patients daily, alongside 8,000 caregivers serving approximately 12,000 children and aging family members. These workforce dynamics are particularly pronounced in disability care settings, where consistent long-term relationships between caregivers and individuals are critical to maintaining stability, safety, and quality of life. One family member with the Arc of Massachusetts shared, most of my son's caregivers, especially in his group home, are immigrants. Will the federal directives targeting immigrants make it even harder than it has been to keep my son's life appropriately and safely staffed? Another family member shared that Haitian workers are committed professionals, some of whom happen to be immigrants. If there is immigrant disruption, and programs that are already understaffed will be under tremendous pressure. This is going to cause colossal problems. Colossal problems. None of this makes sense. It makes very much sense. Here's the report. You can look at it yourself. All right. And I wanted to end here. End this particular segment of this video, because this video is going to be a long one. That Republicans are panicking. They already know how weak they are. They already know they are going to be holding the bill when Donald Trump is long gone. And here's Mike Johnson basically spelling out what he wants to have happen here as he sweats bullets and looks like the least reliable person to ever exist.
If we were to lose the midterms, heaven forbid, these Democrats, y'all, impeachment's not even the big concern. They will turn every committee of Congress into an investigative body, and they'll go after the president's family, the cabinet, his donors and friends. Half of you in this room will be targeted. I run the protection program. I'll take care of you, okay? We're going to win. We're going to win the midterm, okay? All right? If we were to lose the
we're going to win the midterm. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of you guys. Don't worry about it, guys. Like, goddamn, he does not instill a whole lot of confidence. Now, I do want to point out here that we are going to have an opportunity to test in the upcoming weeks and months the strength of the progressive challenge to establishment power. All right? And by that I mean we have multiple races that people should be keeping an eye on. Specifically up next is the Colorado Democratic primary, which is on June 30th. So that's coming up here in, just a few days, really. And one of the big races to keep an eye on there is Melat Quiros, who has internal polling that shows her doing very well. But people do need to show up, all right? People do need to show up. Let's see here. Polling shows the race is neck and neck, including a survey conducted by Quiros' backers that indicates she may even be in the lead.
If the Democrats were an actual leftist party, all would be targeted, not just half. The GOP should be over yesterday.
Oh, it should be. Like, there should be a Democrat running in every single district, every single race. Like, and there should be resources behind those candidates. You know? Absolutely, there should be money flowing into those candidates. But there are also other races to keep an eye on. Okay? Here is another contender in Colorado, Manny Rutinel, who is going up against Shannon Byrd. Shannon Byrd is the establishment candidate here. Here's an excerpt from a debate that they had with Colorado's best newsman acting as moderator. Take a look.
Congressman Evans spends a whole lot of his time attacking Democrats at the state level in Colorado. And I could see him trying to make the race against either of you less about what he and President Trump are doing in Washington and more about what elected Democrats are doing in Colorado. So, if he says that your decisions have made Colorado less affordable, less safe, less open to business, less friendly to energy production, how will you answer that charge in the general election? Ms. Byrd.
Oh, I'm happy to have that conversation with Gabe Evans.
Every vote he has taken has been a vote to hurt the people in Colorado's 8th congressional district. He has taken votes to rip health care away from tens of thousands of people.
He wants to talk about your votes. Talk about your votes. You know that that is the criticism of Democrats in Colorado. Less safe, less affordable, less friendly to business. How will you answer that charge?
The affordability crisis can be laid right at the feet of Donald Trump and Gabe Evans through the tariff policy, creating retaliatory trade wars in our export markets, hurting businesses for that reason, causing costs to go sky high with the Trump administration's erratic behavior, causing interest rate markets to be incredibly volatile. That hurts affordability for everyone. People can't buy new homes now because mortgage interest rates keep going up. People can't make a plan. So when we look at housing affordability and we look at the cost of energy, and again, I'll bring back those tax credits and grants that we were expecting to help scale up renewable energy. These are all programs that Donald Trump cut that at the end of the day are going to make our utility bills more expensive.
Ms. Vert, thank you. Mr. Runa, how will you answer if Gabe Evans tries to make this race a referendum on what Democrats have done to Colorado? You know what it sounds like: less safe, less affordable, less friendly to business. How do you answer for your votes and what collectively Democrats have done?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised if Gabe Evans tries to distract voters from his horrific policies. We need fighters, and I'm proud to have co-sponsored over 400 laws that have become the law of the land here in Colorado to stand up to Donald Trump and lower costs on housing and health care, making our streets safer by taking the dangerous weapons that you just mentioned off of our streets. And of course, we need to make sure that we focus on this Iran war that is a forever war that is making gas prices skyrocket and making prices across the board go up, as well as the chaotic and corrupt policies of the tariffs that Donald Trump is using to enrich himself and his family members. And of course, one of the biggest ticket items is the cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act to the tune of $1 trillion, which means that a family of four is going from $500 a month to $2,000 a month. We need people who understand the struggles of working families, and I've been able to deliver for them in the Colorado State House, and I will do that in Congress.
Briefly to each of you, in your time in the State House, are there any votes that you seriously regret, that you look back on and say, I got that one wrong? Mr. Runa.
I don't think so. I can't think of one right now.
Okay, Ms. Byrd.
I don't think that there's a vote that I got wrong, but I wish I had been there for final passage of Senate Bill 276 to be able to cast that vote.
That is the bill that would have put restrictions on ICE that you voted against in committee.
It's
said
not
that you
an Apple
voted.
product. It's a country, damn it.
Oh, God. Like, I do think that Manny is the candidate here. Like, he's got experience. I'm not exactly wowed by his presence, but he's the candidate to keep an eye on in this particular race. All right. Especially because they're going after a freshman incumbent Republican who has fucked over the people of Colorado repeatedly. So I'm excited to see how this race turns out on top of Melat Quiros. But also, one of the big races to keep an eye on, and I believe the primary is August 11th. Double check that real quick. It's August 11th. I was correct. Is this particular race for governor in Wisconsin? Because Wisconsin is a big deal. And one of the things that a lot of people have been slow to realize is that when we organized years ago to flip the state Supreme Court in Wisconsin, the downstream effect of that is making a political candidacy like Francesca Hong's possible. Because we've had a pretty good Democrat in control of Wisconsin for quite some time. But Francesca Hong is someone who could genuinely shake up the status quo and move the state farther to the left in a way that actually delivers for people in the state. And I wanted to play this for you guys.
You know that the ultra-rich and mega corporations pay a lower tax rate than everyday Wisconsinites like you and me. So when we say tax the ultra-rich, we mean fairness, fiscal responsibility, funding our future, and fixing a rigged system.
That is Wisconsin State Representative and self-described Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong, who last year launched what many would consider a long-shot candidacy for Wisconsin governor. But early polls show her as one of the front-runners ahead of the Democratic Party on August 11th. Representative Hong joins us now, and I'll refer to you as Francesca. So you are a chef, a bartender, single mom. You've served as a state rep since 2020. Your platform's described as deeply progressive. You advocate for universal child care, rolling back school vouchers, raising teachers' salaries and the minimum wage, taxing corporations and high earners, just to name a few. What is it about you think your story and your message that you think is resonating with primary voters, Francesca?
Many working class people have felt left behind, and to know that there is someone who is a working class person right now fighting for these very practical policies, that's resonating with folks all across the state.
Well, as you know, Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani won the New York City mayoral race last year. In the Los Angeles mayoral race, two of the candidates, Spencer Pratt and Nithya Raman, they differ politically, but they both say that the establishment incumbent Karen Bass failed their city. Do you think this is a new brand of politics, and do you see yourself in that mold?
A brand of politics that is centering working class people, I think, is a brand of politics that we should all be fighting for. And as the state representative for a very progressive district, I've carried my message to rural, urban, and suburban areas, and it's resonating. I think that this is what folks demand and deserve from their government.
Some establishment Democrats worry the elevation of such candidates could bite them in the general. What do you say to that?
I think it's more dangerous to underestimate our voters, to appear out of touch. There is a lot of frustration with the establishment and the status quo. To not fight for transformative change, I think, would be irresponsible.
The Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reported that Capital One sued you for nearly $30,000 in credit card debt last month. A spokesperson for your campaign told the publication it's paid. What's your response to someone who questions whether you can manage the state budget?
I wish we lived in a society that would see the fact that so many people across this country have credit card debt, as well as, instead of having a honest personal financial mistakes be a reflection of what the budget process would be for a governor like me. I think it's important that folks see themselves in their leadership and know that I'm one of them fighting for them.
So in that vein, we've seen Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner embroiled in controversy, yet he's likely to become the nominee. Do you think in 2026 voters...
Honestly, the thing that I would fault her on at all so far is just very, a very calm demeanor. And I think, letting a little bit more personality shine through would be ideal. But so far, none of these answers have been bad. They've just been very careful.
Are thinking more about policy over the person.
Uh-oh.
I mean, we just interviewed Bernie Sanders, and he said, when I think you look at politics in general, there are no saints in the U.S. Senate. He says we need allies in the Senate who have the guts to take on big money. Is that something that you agree with? The policy matters more than the person?
The policy matters more than the person because the people deserve a government that delivers for them with policies that will improve the material conditions of their lives. Public education, childcare, housing, making sure folks can access food and have opportunity to live the life that they deserve. I think this is what government should be doing. Government can and needs to be a force of good.
And so you think if somebody has, if somebody like Plattner, for example, who has apologized, we should mention, has some of these controversies in his past, it should not preclude them from running or winning,
oh, come on,
representing the people.
Look, working class folks have been fighting all.
What is happening here? We need to...
Did you know that the
Good golly.
at their lives, public education, childcare, this is what government should.
Has some of these controversies in his past, it should not preclude them from running or winning or representing the people.
Look, working class
I'd love
folks
it
have
if
been.
she just said, most Americans can relate to credit card debt. Most Americans can't relate to being in the Epstein files.
This is the thing, right? Like my main criticism of her just seeing this short clip is like, get a little bit punchier. You know, use this as an opportunity not just to like be like, yeah, I have credit card debt, but also like you got to defend and then you got to throw a counterpunch, you know?
Fighting all of their lives, and they aren't working to be vetted by the consulting class and political elite. I think someone who makes people feel like there's someone in their government that is in their corner, that is fighting for them and not corporate interest, is something that all politicians should be thriving for.
Francesca Hong, thank you.
Like, this is, I think, great. Like, she did fine. I don't think she got new people super interested in her. I don't think she hurt herself here. But, like, if she had wanted to make it more of a net win, getting punchier, having, like, some more charisma on display, I think would have been good. That being said, she's running. She's doing cool stuff. We got so many people coming up in the Democratic Party, and I don't think that they're going to be stopped. And the best part about it is this is very clearly not limited to the kingmakers like Zoran Mamdani or AOC, because this is all trickling down ballot. And I think that is what is terrifying establishment Dems the most. It is not just limited to New York City geographically. It is not just limited to who, you know, Zoran Mamdani shouts out or AOC shouts out, because more and more you're seeing stories like this. This was from a couple days ago. Newcomer Amar Mukunda poised to oust Maryland's Senate Majority Leader. First-time candidate at 33 years old. Was on the brink Wednesday of becoming Maryland's latest breakthrough candidate, rising from political obscurity to defeat the state Senate's majority leader in Tuesday's primary election. Mukunda, an Army Reserve combat engineer and former assistant director of the violence intervention group ROCA, led Senator Nancy King, 76, by about 1,100 votes as of Wednesday evening, a commanding lead in a race in which roughly 8,300 votes have been tallied. State Board of Elections has had yet to post the results of the provisional ballots and some mail-in ballots. Right? But we have stories here of up-and-coming, no-name progressives being able to build up a ground game, being able to build up political support from real people in the community, and then powerhouse their way in to overthrow establishment figures. Right? And in this case, it's a state level election. You know, it's the state, state Senate majority leader. But this is terrifying. This is terrifying if you are an establishment Democrat, because it is cutting you off at the root. It means that there is not more systemic support coming up to help you. Instead, it's coming up to end you. And that rising tide is deeply, deeply scary to the Hakeem Jeffries and the Chuck Schumers. And I think it's about damn time. It's about damn time for them to be a little bit worried about how things are going when they don't do shit for working class people in America for years and let a fascist waltz into power and then fail to do anything meaningful to stop him. So, anyway, folks, organize. That is the message and moral of today's video. Organize. Organize, organize, organize. Now is the time to be doing it. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, join your local political campaigns you believe in. Knock on doors, phone bank, text bank, do research, do the things that make a difference here, folks. We can help you get started joining your local Dems and joining your local DSA. We can give you tips and tricks on how to organize within those respective groups. So, folks, if you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help organizing your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing your local Dems. And, well, we can help you make that work. Last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And last but not least, for real this time, remember to hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment, let me know what you think about these up-and-coming challengers. And also, how do establishment Dem tears taste? I think they taste pretty good. Anyway, with all that being said, let's keep on going. Oof, we did it. Now, folks, if you got anything out of today's episode so far, you know what to do. You gotta click that goddamn button. Click the like button. Click the subscribe button. And consider supporting the show if you can. Here you go, folks. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Hell yeah. Click the button. Hell yeah, Binturong. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button. Hell yeah. Also, fun fact about Manny Rutnell's campaign. They made a little flash game. I'm Gabe, and I'll do whatever Trump and his billionaire buddies want me to do. If you don't like that, guess we'll have to compete for this seat. What's in my backpack? Grassroots donation, recruit volunteers, fact check town hall, battle, defend Medicare. Many use defend Medicare, health protected and restored. Gabe use cut benefits, it hurts the wallet of working families. Protect Medicaid and healthcare. It blocked the cuts. Oh man. Defend Medicare. Wait. Health protected and restored. Defund Ray. Oh no. Save Social Security. Go. Cha-cha-cha. Gabe used Defund Ray. Essential programs have been cut. Oh man, guys. I think I need to use a town hall. Ah! Gabe is scared to connect with his local candidates. You win. God. Cool stuff. It's super effective. Here, you guys can play this game as well. There you go. If you want to just like check that out. That's amazing. Yeah, no kidding. There you go. Hey, Chicago Cubbies PCA. I've been going full steam ahead, getting involved, and you probably know my username, biggest James Tallarico fan, but I'm getting a little burnt out. I've been at so many rallies. Make sure you take care of yourself. Make sure you pace yourself so that you can keep on doing the good work. You know, don't burn yourself out. God. All right. Let's talk about Iran. Let's talk about Iran. Let's talk about Iran. I'm loading the tabs so that like they don't crash my computer or the stream. Is it bad that I don't blame Iran if they want nuclear weapons for deterrence? Of course it's not bad. Like, I don't want anybody to have nuclear weapons, but it's perfectly understandable from a geopolitical perspective why Iran might have wanted nuclear weapons. The real question is, you know, going forward, do they need nuclear weapons anymore? Because now they have the deterrent of the Strait of Hormuz, but, you know. Let's see. All right, you guys ready? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
If Iran figured out the Strait of Hormuz was that powerful, imagine what will happen when they figure out the gaze of Hormuz.
It's true. You can freeze anyone rock hard in an instant. All right. Just take a look. All right. I think just there we go. All right, you guys ready for our next segment? Wait, how are we doing on likes? Do I need to berate chat again before we get into the next one? Let's see. Also, if you guys want to be on the on-screen chat, you just go over to riverboat.gg. It's free. You can be over there. Just letting you guys know. We got like 350 people watching in the horizontal chat. How we doing over here?
Y'all hear about the new waterway? It's in DC. It's the Strait of Hormuz.
Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the $5 super chat. And that was a good one. All right. You know, we've got like over 500 people watching on a Friday night. I think that's pretty good. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we got to talk about Iran again. And specifically, I'm going to run through several of the events that led up to today.
Wait, are you
right.
telling me I didn't have to go to riverboat.gg/subscribe in order to see my text pop up? Mind blown.
Oh no! Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Now, when we're talking about Iran, it is unfortunate that the ceasefire is so fragile. Because what is coming to light here as J.D. Vance tries to nail down these negotiations and seemingly has been sent out to fail by the Trump administration is that the things that are being reported by the American side and the things being reported by the Iranian side are very different. For example, from just a handful of days ago, discrepancies between US and Iranian statements on nuclear inspections. Basically, Vance said, we got them figured out. They're going to do inspections. And Iran said, no, we didn't have that figured out, and we might not do inspections in the final deal. That has not been negotiated yet. There is also currently an ongoing effort to have and finalize negotiations between Israel and Lebanon, right? And that is a huge deal, especially when it comes to maintaining any kind of ceasefire that Iran has. You know, we've talked about this a lot. Many of you will understand this already. But this is also complicated by the fact that there are stranded sailors by the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, and the Strait of Hormuz is open-ish. And the reason I say ish there is because, and I talked about this the other day, the International Maritime Organization has an evacuation plan in progress to try and get sailors that have been stranded out of the Strait of Hormuz. However, Israel is deliberately trying to sabotage negotiations, and you can see that in how this is talked about by Israeli leadership and representatives. The 5th round of U.S. brokered ceasefire talks between Lebanon is a train wreck, says Israel's ambassador to the U.S., Yachiel Leiter. This is the 5th round of talks, and I must say, we are in a train wreck, he said in a statement. I fear that the concept of deconfliction is misplaced. The only issue is Hezbollah. Hezbollah must be defeated and removed from the equation. Instead, there is a danger that Hezbollah has received a boost. It certainly feels stronger and bolder, he said. And that's a big problem because Lebanon doesn't really have a mechanism to, deconstruct or dismantle Hezbollah. It is the dominant political force in Lebanon. And the issue here is that this is, of course, from a few days ago. And the Pakistani prime minister, in the middle of all of the negotiations going on back and forth, warned that unnamed actors were engaged in efforts to derail the agreement and progress made by the US and Iran. There are spoilers all over the world who want to scuttle this peace deal, Shahbaz Sharif said, without mentioning specific countries or parties. Right? So we have this situation where Israel is trying to scuttle this, and it is, in fact, getting worse, right? It is a worsening situation. And one of the points of disagreement has been, hey, can people traverse the Strait of Hormuz without paying fines or deal? Like, are there going to be tolls imposed? And like Marco Rubio's going out there saying, oh yeah, no, it's a free passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has been adamant that their memorandum of understanding entitles them to actually do whatever they want, to control it how they want, to charge tolls if they want, etc. They want sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, jointly with Oman. And again, the points coming out of the negotiations between the US and Iran seem to be pretty starkly differing on a lot of these different points. And additionally, this was very funny to me the other day. Pezeshkian says no negotiations will take place regarding Iran's ballistic missiles, which had been used as a potential reason to justify for the U.S. to go to war against Iran in the first place by the Trump administration and by Donald Trump himself. And of course, even Fox News is kind of pointing out this is really horse shit. Trump says Iran's missiles aren't the problem after White House made them central to war rationale. Like, the entire memorandum of understanding is going over terribly among Republicans in particular, who view it as a capitulation to Iran. And on top of that, like, Trump just keeps doubling down on it, you know?
Yeah. The press conference, you said
So,
you don't mind Iran having ballistic missiles. Can you elaborate on that? I want to make sure we understand your position.
No, I'm saying that if other countries have them, it's a little bit unfair for them not to have some. A ballistic missile is not the same thing as what we're talking about when we talk nuclear. But if Saudi Arabia and Qatar and they all have some, I would say in relative proportion, I think it's okay. That's what I mean. Yeah.
And everyone else has them. They should have them too. And on top of that, add the nuclear program onto this pile. After months of war, Trump says Iran has right to nuclear program. It's just common sense for Iran to have a nuclear program. It's a little hard that when you say that somebody wants it, other people have it. Other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that. It's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense. Trump said at the G7 summit in France.
We've been pretty tough on that. You know, it is a little hard, though, when you say that somebody wants it, other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that. It's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense, please.
You have to use a little common sense. Of course they want nuclear. Why shouldn't they have nuclear? Everyone else around them has nuclear. And then, of course, you have the back and forth just within Donald Trump's own psyche here.
It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have. I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went out and continued to bomb them for another 4, just bomb the hell out of them, I'd get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid. It's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see bedlam? So for all those so-called geniuses that want to show me how smart they are. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil.
I like this side-by-side comparison is so good. It's just crazy. It's genuinely insane bullshit. And the fact that Republicans watch this and they're just like, yeah, no, all that makes sense. There's nothing contradictory about any of that. And we're totally energy independent, but also in 4 weeks, the reserves would be gone and you wouldn't be able to get oil anymore. And, there's no contradiction at all. Definitely doesn't mean that the president of the United States has been lying to us in order to justify going to war for no reason. But, interesting stuff. And on top of that, it really does drive home that Donald Trump might not be aware fully of everything that's going on around him anymore. Like, I don't know if this was all part of just an ongoing lie that he was aware of, or if he was just absolutely mentally fractured, you know? And I want to play this clip. I've played it in another segment before, but I think it's worth dragging out again in this instance in particular to really drive home that the fact that the guy who is, doing the final sign off on these negotiations is definitively, objectively degraded from where he used to be. And where he used to be was not impressive by any stretch of the imagination. But here you go.
So from the beginning to the end, it was clear that this week, America's back. It's bigger and better and stronger. We're more respected as a country right now, I think, than we ever have been. And we were a laughingstock 2 years ago. They would laugh at us.
Walker I said, make America great again. I said, make America great again. And I copyrighted the term. And then Walker was making a speech many months ago when he first started. And he was saying, make America great again, because he saw the response I got.
We had a man that should have never been there, you know that. A man that would walk up to a podium once every year, and they'd ask him, what flavor ice cream do you like? I like vanilla.
The difference is he didn't get any response, so it didn't help. But we told him you can't do that. That was the first little problem.
I'm sorry, you cannot watch the side-by-side and be like, yeah, no, he sounds just as good as he did in 2016. He sounds so much worse. He sounds like he's on his goddamn deathbed.
I had with him. He said you can't do it. Now I said a common sense conservative, and today I heard he used the term because the press was up and they interviewed me and they said he's a common sense conservative. Well,
then he'd try and find the stairs, which he couldn't find most of the time, and he'd leave. This is very unfair reporting. And then you said you didn't know about that. You didn't know there was something wrong.
I coined the phrase a few months ago, but that's what I am. I'm a conservative person. I'm very, very conservative on the military. I'm very conservative with our vets and on health care and on lots of things.
You didn't know there was something wrong. We can never let that happen to our country again. To me, so from the beginning to...
Yeah. It's just an incredible shift, right? But as I've pointed out in the past, all of this weakness that you are seeing from Donald Trump on the international stage, it has measurably impacted him domestically. Republicans are in rebellion. Republican senators are shutting down parts of his agenda because they have a bone to pick with how he has stabbed some of them in the back. There are calls for him to end this war, and Congress is trying to pass that in particular. But now we get to today, where Iran earlier today allegedly had some kind of drone encounter with the ship, the Ever Lovely, cargo ship out of Singapore, loaded up with goods from Iraq, has been stuck on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz, got the go-ahead to go through the strait from the UK naval organization, and was following the coordinates when they were struck around 6 p.m. local time by something. And what that something was is unknown at this time, but damage was done to the bridge windows, but the crew is safe, the ship is safe, and no, the company is the Evergreen Marine Company. The ship is the Ever Lovely. Now, what this means and how this was interpreted, and by the way, this is a ship out of Singapore. It's not an American vessel, but apparently Donald Trump read this as, oh, this is a breach of the Memorandum of Understanding. Here he is taking questions.
On Iran, Mr. President?
God, all of these are so quiet.
Wait, you said that Iran violated the ceasefire. Will they face any consequences?
You'll find out.
Do you consider the ceasefire to still be in place?
I don't like the fact that they took a shot yesterday, actually 4, we knocked down 3, at a ship. Not an Allied ship, but a ship, a very expensive ship. And it was fine, but it took a little beating. They shouldn't be doing that, so you'll find out.
Will the U.S.
You'll find out.
Will the U.S. respond? What is your message to
Will
Iran?
they respond? You're going to find out.
Sir, why?
God, he looks terrible. Looks like his eyes are about to pop out of his skull. But yes, then earlier today, the U.S. struck Iran in multiple locations across the country. And, yeah, U.S. Central Command said the military struck missile and drone locations and coastal radar sites in Iran. And after he said, "You'll see," he abruptly ended that press conference and got all the reporters out of there. So this has, of course, put the peace and ceasefire very much at risk. And it is at this time unclear if the United States and Iran will continue to negotiate. However, in a sliver of good news, it appears that some kind of framework, diplomatic framework between Israel and Lebanon has been signed. But here's what's in it. The Lebanese army will gradually assume full and effective security responsibility over so-called pilot zones in Lebanon. Israel and Lebanon have agreed to 2 initial pilot zones, which are not identified, but more may be added by mutual agreement. The Lebanese government will rebuild the state's monopoly on the use of force and achieve the complete and verified disarmament of all non-state armed groups, a reference to Lebanese group Hezbollah. The Israeli government says the termination of the threat posed by non-state armed groups such as Hezbollah will eliminate any future need for Israeli military action or presence in Lebanon. Israel also affirms it has no territorial ambitions in Lebanon, and the U.S. will rally international partners to help rebuild Lebanon. Israel and Lebanon will work to establish working groups to draft the full comprehensive peace and security agreement. Now, that all sounds fine. However, the idea here that Lebanon is going to be able to dismantle Hezbollah. Let's just take a quick look here. Yeah, here we go. Now, in 2021, Hezbollah claimed to have around 100,000 trained soldiers loyal to Hezbollah. The question here is, what kind of overlap does this have with the Lebanese army? And the problem is, Lebanon's army is around 80,000 strong. So, assuming, by the way, that Hezbollah and Lebanon and the Lebanese official military do not overlap, Hezbollah still has a larger military force. Assuming they do overlap, that would be a colossal problem if a quarter of Lebanon's army was actually Hezbollah. This would be a huge problem. So the idea that Lebanon can just dismantle Hezbollah, it can't. There's no mechanism to do that short of full-blown civil war. And the problem is, this kind of agreement would mean that Hezbollah would have to be on board with it. And as one might imagine, they are not on board with it at all. All right. Let's take a quick look, because we have some photographs here. Oh. people are pissed. Yeah, here we go. Al Jazeera with the photographs from Lebanon here. Hezbollah supporters throughout Lebanon having protests against this agreement in particular. And the problem here comes in the from the other side as well, which is that Israel does have territorial ambitions in Lebanon. The Greater Israel Project and its adherents, many of whom are influential within the Netanyahu government, relies on expansion of Israel into Lebanon, right? And I want to play for you guys this clip, right, from this is Itamar Ben-Gvir, one of the top political figures in Israel. There will be tears of 1,000 Lebanese mothers will cry 100,000 tears and not a single Israeli mother. There can be no situation in which we will be in Lebanon. In which we will be in Lebanon and we will be limited. I know that our soldiers are allowed to defend themselves and I know that they can shoot here and shoot there, but I don't accept this restriction on the territories. I think that Netanyahu here in Iran has proven to him that Hezbollah continues to operate. That's right. There's innocence. It's American innocence. There's nothing to compromise with the Iranians on. There's a point to something. The Iranians have to be bombed and then bombed and then bombed. And that's how Hezbollah, we have to bomb them, just bomb them. And bomb. That's how it works. And whoever wants to condemn me should condemn me. Let them all say all kinds of things in the world. I truly believe it. I believe that it is how we stretch. We are the owners of the house. They think 10 times. Look at the convoy. They told me to get them and shoot. God, this is going fast. Get them to shoot here and shoot there, but I don't accept this restriction. On certain areas in the state of Lebanon, all of Lebanon should become our playground. All of Lebanon should be our goal. And I'll tell you a second, but there's Lebanon and there's Hezbollah. I accept this artificial approach. Lebanon is a country. There are Hezbollah members in the Lebanese government, ministers on behalf of Hezbollah. It is a revolving door policy. We saw that they arrested Hezbollah members more than once. Release them after 2 minutes. I think we should first say thank you to President Trump. Be with us. Fight with us, our partner. Together we did huge. It was great privilege to be a survivor in this government, in this cabinet, in the small cabinet history. But after the big hug he deserves, he also has to know when to say no to him, Sir President. He didn't come to Shiva. He won't come to Shiva to console him. But with all the due love and respect for the state of Israel, he won't have to answer to the residents, the public. My son today in Lebanon is not President Trump's son. So I say there is a red line. I said and I saw that they made a world storm out of it and told me to retract it. And the world says so. The answer is we don't need to tell him no about not about pulling out of Lebanon and not about not hitting any place.
In case you needed another reason to hate this monster.
Oh, I saw the Noose birthday cake. The fucking Noose birthday cake he celebrated with is fucking disgusting. You see a solution where it's possible, where Prime Minister Netanyahu accepts Trump's demand and pulls our troops out of Lebanon. We need to remember that we hear the Iranians. Let's hope that the Prime Minister will be strong against Trump. He was strong against Obama, strong against other presidents, strong against Biden. He can be strong against Trump and tell him, Mr. President, no, that's what we need to say. This is with respect. Say it politely, not insult him. He is, after all, a partner, a true friend. But sometimes in history, we have to say no. Lebanon should be our playground, all of it. Right? So the problem here is that Hezbollah rejects this agreement, and most of the most influential people in Israel also hate this agreement. And also a lot of the people who want this to de-escalate the conflict to point out that it does not, in fact, like, withdraw Israel's troops out of Lebanon. Because what is instead happening are these pilot zones where Lebanon will be able to retake control. But those pilot zones are yet to be determined, and frankly, Israel is currently occupying the entirety of southern Lebanon. So, this situation is very fragile, and it is wobbly as hell. This is a tightrope that skilled geopolitical folks would have difficulty walking. And instead, we have the dumbest rubes imaginable trying to do this balancing act. It's very bad. Like, I do not think that this is going to be a vehicle, either the ceasefire between the United States and Iran, or this ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. I don't believe either of them are going to hold, because the Trump administration is full of no one but the most incompetent, most corrupt people imaginable. So that's where we're at, and I wish I had more optimism about all of this. I wish I could say, here's the silver lining, it's getting better. And unfortunately, I have to say the silver lining seems to be a mirage. And I wish I had a better solution, a more immediate solution than organize. We have to make sure that whoever gets into power next is sane and is willing and able to have these tough negotiations and get us out of meaningless, purposeless conflict. So, all of that to say, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. All right, folks? Get organized, because the fascists are getting organized. And that's why we're in the situation we're at now. So get organized, folks. Push for pro-working class policy, push for effective policy, push for more humane policy, and don't stop until you get it. When we do that on the local level, we can topple mountains. We can move any and everything. So get organized, folks. If you need help, don't know where to start, reach out on our Discord to Gamergy. Gamergy can help you get involved with your local DSA. You reach out to Dragonfly. Dragonfly can help you get involved with your local Dems. And we also have links down below for Progressive Victory, where you can volunteer for progressive and leftist candidates across the country to do door knocking, phone banking, text banking, etc. There's a lot of good opportunities out there. I hope you guys take advantage of them. Go check that out. Links down below to our Discord and to Progressive Victory as well. And also, folks, remember to hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about this video. Let me know what you think the pathway out of this is. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks as well. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. It's comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. We did it. We did it. We did it.
If organizing in your local area isn't possible, then disorganize. Lose important files, miss deadlines, give mistaken dates for public events and elections.
Hell yeah! Malicious compliance, folks. Woo! Let's do it, folks! Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Appreciate the support. And guys, we got, I think we got one more. I think I got one more serious segment. All right.
Discombobulate.
Oi, we ain't done yet!
This mustn't register on an emotional level. First, discombobulate. Dazed, discombobulate. Distract target. Discombobulate. Block his blind jab. Discombobulate. He'll attempt wild haymaker. Discombobulate. In some
True. All right. We got another segment coming up here, folks. And, whew, gonna be a good one. All right. But before we get to that, make sure you're doing the things that help the stream out. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and do consider supporting the show with your subs, your donos, your memberships, your super chats, because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without your financial support. You guys are what allow me to do this day in and day out, and I appreciate the dickens out of all of you, all right? Discombobulate. Go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Parisian Greco, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Also, I do have to say, Twitch chat put up a really strong fight for subs today. You know, put up a strong fight. And, you know what? Respect the Twitch chat for supporting the show. And also, tip of the hat towards Sake Tanuki for saving Riverboat.gg, saving some face, putting it back into the lead. But YouTube's been doing pretty good today, too. YouTube's been doing pretty good lately. But right now is actually in last place. Wild. Oof. Stop. He's already discombobulated.
summary. Discombobulate.
Oof. Let's see. Are you guys ready to talk about some UK politics? I know I am. Discombobulate. Do. Y'all ready? Did I miss Rudyard? You did not. Is Andy cool? Not really. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we have come here together to discuss the sad state of affairs in UK politics, which is a welcome break for those of us in the United States who get too depressed with the state of affairs in the United States and need a break to a different depressing setting every now and then. So when we turn our attention to the UK, and I really dig through everything that is going on. There's so much, the attacks on trans youth, the attacks on immigrants, etc. It's truly disgusting. But really, what the UK is dealing with right now is this insurgent. I mean, there's no other way of saying it. This insurgent strain of just straight up Nazism, like just straight Nazi shit that's happening right now. It's crazy. And I want to really hone in on that, right? What is happening down there at the bottom of UK politics? And of course, there's no better place to go for the absolute bottom of the barrel scummish takes than good old Sargon of Akkad.
So the powers that be, at least local councils, have decided they're going to start taking out injunctions to stop people from raising the flags because of the Raise the Flags, Raise the Colours campaign. And I just hate this, right? So in Oxfordshire, the local council secured an injunction against 3 guys who are the leaders of nationalist group Raise the Colours. So good lads, really, really respect their work. So they've got High Court injunction against it to fly them on lampposts in Oxfordshire, because the local authorities are like, no, we hate you putting up the England flag in England. They told the High Court that they would.
Wow, that sounds absolutely outrageous. Now, I don't know anything about any of the things he's talking about here, so you know what? Let's actually go and take a look at the article he is looking at here. Let's see here. I got it right up here. Here we go. All right. From June 23rd, nationalist group leaders agree to stop hoisting St. George's flags in Oxfordshire. Okay. So, a nationalist group, you say? Well, I'm not really familiar with this Raise the Colours campaign. Wonder what that's all about. Yeah, wait a minute. What is that? What is Raise the Colours? Oh, it's a British far-right group whose members attach flags to lampposts and engage in anti-migrant vigilantism. Interesting. Co-founded by Ryan Bridge and Elliot Stanley, 2 businessmen from Birmingham and North Worcestershire, England. Now, that's interesting. Okay, so but all they want to do is fly flags, right? They just want to fly flags. What's the harm in flying flags? All right? What's the harm? Let's see. Historian of the British far right, Nigel Copesley, notes that in late 2025, several Raise the Colours members shifted from symbolic flagging to extraterritorial vigilantism along the Normandy coast. In November, members of Raise the Colours visited grave lines. From there, Ryan Bridge filmed content for the organization's social media pages in which members of the group waded into the sea, shouting at migrants boarding dinghies and speaking in sound bites about the hundreds of thousands of undocumented men committing murders, gang rapes, and the indigenous white population being replaced in our own country. Oh, so they're white nationalists. Like, when I said the Nazism taking root in the UK, this is exactly what I mean. They're white nationalists, and they're just to really hammer this home, for their social media page, they had members of the org wade into the ocean and yell at the heavens Literally, old man yells at clouds, but more racist. It's crazy. It, like, genuinely wild to describe this as just, oh, just some people who wanted to fly flags. It's illegal to fly flags in your own country now? And also, they're espousing great replacement theory, which, surprise, surprise, is an anti-Semitic theory that goes, or conspiracy theory, I should say, that goes that secret groups of Jews are plotting to replace indigenous white people with, you know, people of color who are naturally inferior, according to the theory, in order to weaken the nation so that this group of Jewish people can take over. Right? That's the argument. Indigenous white people. People in Europe talk about indigenous white people. When, again, they're also white nationalists. But, yeah. Indigenous to the UK. Though also worth noting that the people who live in England are not usually indigenous to the UK, largely because a lot of them are a result of the Norman invasion and several different invasions of, the British Isles in particular. Like, there are, like, some indigenous ethnic groups there, but, like, usually not the people who are talking about being indigenous to the UK. Yeah, a lot of them are Danish. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Anyway, I'm not getting into that right now.
I just want my 6 feet 5 inches olive-skinned Amazonian woman future. Is that too much to ask?
Apparently from these racists, yes. So anyway, I don't want to get into, you guys are tempting me too much with, like, talking about the Dane law and talking about, like, the 1066 and the branching paths of, the UK's history that could have happened. You guys are tempting me too much. I've written a lot about this in the past. I don't want to have that conversation right now, but not because I'm not interested. I just would get on a huge tangent that would be irrelevant to what I'm trying to talk about here. All right. That being said here, basically, these guys went to France to attack migrants. And that's exactly what they did here, right? Our country is doing nothing. Weak government, weaker borders, they're doing nothing. So we need to make a stand, boys. And yeah, here we go. The iPaper reported that the group's recruitment efforts involved pumping out a high volume of videos filmed in France of their confrontations with those in the Calais camps, which refugee camps in France. And on subsequent visits to France, Bridge, one of the founders of the organization, was joined by Tommy Robinson, noted white nationalist, associate Danny Tomo Tomas, who has a conviction for attempted kidnap and who has been described as undoubtedly a far-right individual with well-established positions within the British far-right scene. On one trip, Bridge and Thomas traveled to Paris, where they filmed themselves harassing homeless migrants sleeping on the streets, posting the videos on the Raise the Colors social media pages. According to the iPaper, in the videos, the men repeat several claims commonly used by the far right, such as saying that migrants entering the UK illegally are all rapists and murderers coming to a town near you. In one video filmed from their car, the pair accuse one of the migrants of holding a knife despite his hands being empty and make him stand back from the car window. The men also made a number of unsubstantiated claims and conspiracies informed by their short time in France, including stating gangs are not involved with the recruitment of migrants. Gangs are not involved with the movement of migrants over the English Channel. And yeah, these people were then banned in France, by the way, because they kept going to France and harassing people. In a December 2025 stream, they walk around Dunkirk, during which they accused members of the Doctors Without Borders of supporting an invasion of the UK by migrants. According to the MSF's coordinator, the MSF car was followed by Bridge and two other men in a British registered car. And when the MSF members parked, the Raise the Colors members approached them, verbally abused them, and tried to prevent them from closing their car door when they got back into it. And they also confronted journalists, etc. And yeah, in January of 2026, it was reported that French authorities were considering arresting members of the group. And then the French Interior Ministry announced that 10 British nationals identified as activists within the movement and having carried out actions on French soil belonging to the far right had been banned from entering or residing in the country. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. But yeah, no, these are all really cool dudes. These are all really great guys, according to Sargon of Akkad. And also, let's just take a look. This is a really solid man, according to Sargon, this Bridge fellow. Bridge has filmed himself describing law and order in Afghanistan under the Taliban as second to none and perfect. According to the Birmingham Mail, Bridge has repeated his view that the only Afghanis fleeing the country are the shit of this country and the deserters. Yes, you are in serious trouble if you break the law in Afghanistan, but people who leave want to come to the UK for financial benefit and because they are wrong-uns. You know how people talk about a lot of like rural MAGA folk being Al-Qaeda because they're conservative and effectively agree with, you know, Al-Qaeda and like very far right conservative groups that are fundamentalist and religious in the US. Raise the Colors is basically the Al-Qaeda of the UK. Like it's just genuinely crazy to see. But let's hear out the rest of Sargon's arguments.
Not raise St George's flags from Oxford on Oxfordshire County Council property, encourage others to do so, or impede council workers from taking them down. And of course, I'm not encouraging anyone to do any of that either. I just think this is ridiculous, right? So there was a fourth one who wasn't present at court who agreed to have nothing more to do with flags. This is mad. The injunction was led by Liberal Democrat-led council and also bans painting flags on roads, harassing council staff involved in removing flags, and encouraging anyone in these actions. Right. So if they didn't feel threatened by this, why would they do it? Why
would they do it? Why would a city not want these flags hung up everywhere by a group so vile that their leadership got banned from going to France because they were so racist and couldn't help themselves? You know, it's kind of like people being like, what? This group just wants to put crosses up everywhere. They just want to put crosses up because they're religious and they believe in their religion. They believe in Christianity. They just want to put crosses up everywhere. You know, they want to put some crosses up outside of like, you know, a lot of African American homes. What's so wrong with that? And it's just like, bro, it's because the KKK is racist.
Why does Carl Ghosn of the platform look like he's on Home Shopping Network?
Probably because he's at rock bottom.
They spend any amount of time taking legal action against people putting up the England flag. Right? It's because they do feel threatened by
it. Let's be very clear. He is saying that the people of the UK in a UK town/city are threatened by the English flag. That's crazy.
Friendly reminder that Sargon has the whitest palate known to man. Bro can't handle pepper in his food.
What? A garnish grown on non-British soil? Impossible. couldn't possibly handle it. Now, of course, let's take a look here at the actual article without Sargon talking about it here. Ryan Bridge. Oh, hey, that was one of the guys who got banned from France for, hate criming people. See, told the High Court on Tuesday they would not raise St. George's flags from Oxfordshire County Council property, encourage others to do so, or impede council workers from taking them down. Now, the important thing here is that it's not just you can't hang up the flags, because there were other elements at play here too, which was specifically you also can't tell other people to do it for you, and you also can't stop them from taking it down, which would imply that they had previously been trying to stop people from taking them down and having confrontations with local government officials about it. Right? Now, let's continue reading through this and using our critical abilities. All right? Balthazar, thank you for the $5 super chat. Wait, are you telling me a country that used to have a global empire and was known for conquering the world would have people fearing the Union Jack? Yeah, no kidding, right? All right. Also bans painting flags on roads, harassing council staff involved in removing flags, and encouraging anyone in those actions. It's a sad day for the flag of our country and what it represents. Seeking clarification from the judge about what could amount to encouraging others to raise flags from lampposts, he said, "My worry is that putting a flag up for the football tonight, that would be encouraging others. That's outrageous. It's outrageous that I'm here." Diaz said Bridge could continue erecting flags on his own property as he was legally entitled to. At the start of the hearing, Cullen said, "My position is I would still like to keep putting flags up in Oxfordshire." Later, he said, "I will not do it in the future in Oxfordshire." Wells said, "I'm not going to have anything to do with the flags anymore." But this is the thing, right? It isn't saying you can't fly the flag, which is the entire thing, right? Sargon is acting, they won't let you fly the flag anymore in the UK. And it's just like, no, you can fly the flag on your own flagpole. You can't just go around leaving shit everywhere. That's a problem. That'd be a problem if it was leaving other random flags around. It would also be a problem if you were just throwing garbage on the ground. Someone has to come and clean that shit up. Acting like this is inflammatory is
Next
crazy.
thing you'll tell me Genghis Khan flag was feared in 1200 for some unknown reason.
Right? Genghis Khan, very cuddly. Loved horses. Cool dude. Nothing problematic about him whatsoever. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let's see. Documents submitted to the court by the council said it was seeking to ban attaching flags or causing flags to be attached to highway structures, painting or marking flags on the highway, obstructing officers or contractors from removing flags from highway structures, and causing harassment, alarm, or distress to officers or contractors who are or have been involved in the removal of flags from highway structures. Now, what's interesting is the way this is described makes it sound like, oh, hey, they were actually hanging these in such a way that it might be dangerous to motorists. Which, yeah, makes sense why they would then this would have to be escalated in a legal sense as well. The council accused them and others of repeatedly and unlawfully attaching flags to lampposts and other highway structures and having encouraged others to do the same. They also ignored requests to desist, the court heard. In documents submitted to the court, the council accused members of the campaign of intimidating council staff. It said, the named defendants and others have also obstructed the claimant's employees and contractors while they have sought to remove flags from highway structures and or attempted to intimidate the claimant's employees and contractors by naming and shaming them.
We need Rumble in the Jungle too, but instead of Foreman versus Ali in Zaire, it's VOOSH versus Sargon in Zimbabwe.
Good luck. Thank you for the $5 dono, though. But this is the thing, right? This is probably one of the final nails in the coffin on why this got elevated. The council added, a member of the council has been targeted. In January of 2026, flags were attached to lampposts in her street, and she has been subjected to hostile and abusive emails. So these people started harassing an elected member of government and then started, like, purposely trying to intimidate her outside of her own house. And that kind of makes a little bit more sense. That this isn't just like a, oh, you can't fly the flag anymore in the UK. Because you can still fly the flag. You can fly the flag on your own goddamn property. You just can't go around town putting shit where you want. And obstructing motorists. But let's continue watching Sargon try to paint this as if it is an attack on the very notion of English identity.
They feel like the flag is a statement of ownership, and they are trying to literally say to you, the English do not own England anymore. That's their opinion.
That's not what they're saying.
Colonialist British are always in denial.
They're trying to say you can't have all these laws in America against putting up crosses and burning them. They're trying to say you can't be Christian anymore by denying us our right to burn crosses where we please. And it's just like, that's obviously bullshit, right? That, like, in the American context, that would be obviously bullshit. But for whatever reason, in this particular context, where this has been turned into a hate symbol by white nationalists in the UK, oh no, it's an attack on our very identity as English people in the UK. Like, come on. That's insane.
Opinion. The Raise the Colours campaign has been putting up flags across the country since August last year. Bridge, who like the other defendants was representing himself, told the court that counsel were using bullying tactics but agrees to the proposed terms of the injunction. It's a sad day for the flag of our country and what it represents. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And this is just the common sense opinion of the leaders of left-wing councils.
It's not even a left-wing position. You have the right to, like, fly whatever flag you want. You on your own property. You don't have the right to other people's property or to the communal property. Like, that's just, like, it, full stop. Even conservatives generally would agree that, like, you have the right to do what you want on your own property. You don't have the right to do whatever you want in public.
Literally, they take the flag of the country as an aggressive statement against minorities, because in a way it kind of is to tell minorities, no, this country belongs to a people. This isn't just undiscovered land that you have rocked up on and just started claiming benefits in. This actually is someone's homeland, and they don't want you to do that. They do not want you to have that opinion. They don't agree with it. They don't think you have a claim to the country above any and all immigrants, anyone who sets foot here, as far as they're concerned. So it's just quite mad. It's just quite mad.
You don't have the right to fly a Nazi flag on your own property? Well, that's why they fly the St. George flag. You know, it's their stand-in. And give it a few years, if this far-right continues to metastasize in England, it wouldn't surprise me if the Nazis finally succeed in their blitz. You know? Like, it just kind of seems to me like
this will always be my favorite flag-related story.
Oh God, what is this? CNN removes video of reporter mistaking sex toy banner for ISIS flag. Oh, that's really great. Thank you.
The council accused them and others of repeatedly and unlawfully attaching flags to lampposts. Oh, yeah, show me the law. and other highway structures, and have encouraged others to do the same. And they've all ignored requests to desist. And they were also mean to members of the staff. So it's like, oh, okay, yeah, no. you don't get to have a country because the wokoids on Oxfordshire County Councils don't want you to have one. Oh, okay, well then we just won't have flags, right? We are not allowed to put up flags in public in our own country, even though...
Yeah, you are not entitled to fly flags on publicly owned buildings. Like, if you put them up all over the place, yeah, you're gonna run into some issues. If you put up like one, probably not illegal. But you start doing it all over the place, somebody has to come and clean that shit up.
It was never something that had ever occurred to anyone before. Someone's put a flag up on this thing. Oh, okay, interesting. But I mean, we do have a woke American gay pride flag in the village I live in. But anyway, don't worry about it, right? People can defy it, as Bristol City Council have also decided to ban England flags from public property.
Yeah. Because you... Like, look at the fucking picture attached to the article, man. This is all over the damn place.
But the locals are just not having it. Torrington Avenue in Bristol were told by their Green-held city council to stop the tradition of decking out the street with England flags early this month, ahead of the World Cup kicking off. The diktat sparked fury from locals, who told LBC they thought the ruling from Councillor Tony Dyer was a nonsense. What people cannot do is fly on flags on lampposts or railings or any public property. He told residents, "We are currently taking down flags in sensitive locations as a priority and will be reviewing our strategy for removing other flags on our property." Oh, it's our property. It's a...
Yeah, it's public property. There's a distinction. Like, I can't... Dude, you ran to be part of the British government. You ran to be, like, a member of the UK's parliament. And you do not understand the distinction between public and private property? That's crazy. That's wild. Anyway, let's look at the article he's looking at. England's most patriotic street defies Killjoy Green Council to fly World Cup flags again. All right, let's get into it. Torrington Avenue in Bristol were told by their Green-held city council to stop their tradition of decking the street with England flags earlier this month ahead of the World Cup kicking off. The diktat sparked fury from locals who told LBC that they thought the ruling from Councillor Tony Dyer was a nonsense. "What people cannot do is fly flags on lampposts or railings or any public property," said the Green leader of Bristol City Council. He told residents, "We are currently taking down flags in sensitive locations as a priority and will be reviewing our strategy for removing other flags on our property." Dyer added that Bristol must remain welcoming, respectful, and safe for everyone during the tournament. Now, let's take a look here. Former Bristol Mayor George Ferguson called the scene chilling, adding, "It's not true patriotism, but a deliberate intimidation of minorities. Our national flag has, under the guise of supporting England, been captured by those seeking to spread fear." So this is the issue, right? Like, a lot of locals are like, what? It's just an English flag. I don't understand, mate. But the old mayor of the town understands, hey, wait a minute. This means something different ever since hate groups started using it as a symbol to otherize minorities. You know? You can take something that is relatively benign or agreed upon as a good symbol, and if enough dickheads start using it to be dickheads, suddenly that symbol becomes something that means something very different to the people who are targeted for abuse by the people who have now appropriated that symbol, right? Like, say, if a nationalist group started using some kind of flag as their symbol and calling card for trying to intimidate minorities, members of local government, and were putting out videos on social media encouraging members to harass homeless refugees and intimidate humanitarian responders who are helping them to survive. That might, for example, catalyze something to be viewed as a hate symbol. And in a case like that, you should not be mad about people saying, hey, that's now being viewed as a hate symbol by some people, please take it down. Instead, you should be mad at the people who have appropriated your symbol that you liked and started using it for evil. And the solution to that is telling Nazis to fuck right off into the sun. Now, I don't think we're going to get that response from Sargon of Akkad, though. Just got that feeling.
Council not entitled to its own private property. But why are they doing this? Well, because he said Bristol must remain welcoming, respectful, and safe for everyone during the tournament. And apparently, if you put up England flags, that causes foreigners to screech like vampires presented with garlic. No.
What's crazy to me, though, is that this guy is going like, yes, the foreigners are making all of these local governments hate the flag. You know, all of these foreigners are coming in, and that's why local governments that are elected by the voting population of the local area get upset. Notice what he's trying to do here, and he's doing what every nationalist, white nationalist, tries to do, which is to set up a situation where the vocal white nationalists speak for the silent majority, that there is some groundswell of public support that validates the actions, the extreme actions of the white nationalist group. This is done not just in the UK, it's done also here in America quite a bit. And he's trying to position that because it gives a sense of authority, a sense of legitimacy to this white nationalist movement. However, it's important to note here that nowhere in these articles are they really talking about foreigners or refugees complaining about this. It's the duly elected governments of these two respective places, right? And they're elected by people in the UK who are UK citizens, who are British, or, Scottish, or Welsh, or Northern Irish, And all of this is to say, his point is very clearly bullshit if you just think about it for like 2 seconds.
Nothing happens. But again, it's a statement of intent. It's saying it's not your country. They were genuinely affected by the Raise the Colours campaign. I know it doesn't seem like it does anything particularly, but it gets in their heads and makes them feel like they're surrounded. It makes them feel like they're under siege, which is why they're taking legal action against you.
Well, I mean, the people doing the Raise the Colours campaign are have been found guilty of doing hate crimes. It's why they're banned from France, right? Like, it's not, the problem is they're not just raising flags, they're doing vigilante acts as well, and they're deliberately trying to stoke fear with targeted harassment campaigns against elected officials. A little bit different when you actually contextualize the events as they're happening.
And so, okay, if they feel that they win this one, great, but does it get rid of the problem? Does it change anything in the minds of people? Does it mean, good point, the council are taking legal action against us, so now we're not patriots? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works. John, who lives in Bristol, in the Bristol suburb, told ABC, We're in England. Why not support England, show the passion and unite the country, support them. Why not? Why would they not allow that? And that's great. What we want is normal people being exposed to local woke councils, Lib Dems or Greens, being like, you must not fly an England flag. Because even though the average person is not like some sort of raging culture warrior, there's probably still, like with John here, just still a sense of like latent patriotism. Well, wait a minute.
Well, but that's the thing, right? Like, people like John, if we assume he knows nothing about politics, isn't paying close attention to the fact, to what this hate group is doing, right? Isn't paying attention to what Raise the Colors is doing in France, isn't watching their social media, isn't seeing that they are using the flag that he would fly to support his team for the World Cup as a symbol of white supremacy. And I think if people like John understood that, they would suddenly not be like, what's the harm in flying the flag? Like, because they'd understand that it is making people scared to see a street covered in banners that they read as an attack on non-white people. Like, I don't know, if you walk down a street full of burning crosses in the deep south, might have a bit of a chilling effect. Just saying. Things that have been turned into hate symbols like that and not reclaimed are, disturbing when you actually understand what is disturbing about it.
Why wouldn't I be allowed to fly a flag in England? Like the adventures of the man who's just started
Also, you can fly a flag in England. No one's stopping you from flying it on your private property.
paying attention. Just like, why would they say that? So, it's intimidating to foreigners. And it's like, well, it's not true that patriotism is a deliberate intimidation of minorities. Our national flag, under the guise of supporting England, has been captured.
Well, but wait, you skipped the part in the previous article where the flag was used in conjunction with a harassment campaign to attack an elected local representative. It's not just the flag. That's the problem.
By those seeking to spread fear. Right, so this is great. Like, again, during the World Cup, England are playing. I'm not a football guy, so I'm not following it. But, it's a woke, diverse team. But the point is, they see our flag as a far-right symbol, and therefore, you're not allowed to fly a flag. You're not allowed to do that. So, right, okay. Okay, no, good. Again, show everyone. John here is going to be like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Like, no, it doesn't make sense.
It does make sense when you know that, again, the people who have popularized this trend are literally white nationalists who are using it deliberately so that they can recruit people like John who don't understand exactly what's happening.
It doesn't make sense that in a well-run, normal, functioning country that was taking your interests into account.
Yeah, the Nazis did that with the swastika. Like, it's true. Like, the swastika used to be like a Hindu symbol, and they reappropriated it as the Nazi swastika. And like, now most people, when they see a swastika, they think, oh, Nazis. They don't think, oh, Hindu symbol.
That you would be forbidden from flying the national flag. That doesn't make any sense at all. But if there were actually hostile forces that were occupying the positions of power in your country and forbidding you from flying your national flag because they saw it as a kind of...
It's still a Hindu and Buddhist symbol. Yeah, I'm just saying most people who aren't Hindu or Buddhist, when they see a swastika, they don't think Hinduism or Buddhism, right? I'm not saying it's not also a symbol. It didn't stop being a symbol in Hinduism, didn't stop being a symbol in Buddhism. But also, most people are still going to read it as a swastika from Nazi Germany. At least here in America and in Europe in particular, right? And when we're talking about the appropriation of symbols, like, yeah, concerted efforts by bad faith actors to co-opt symbols that otherwise are not white nationalist and white supremacist symbols, like, they can be successful. And in this particular case, the reason people want to get this off of public property is, one, because it's irritating as fuck, and uses up public resources, but two, because it's being made into a white nationalist symbol, and they recognize that.
Show of native ethnic patriotism, and they wanted to actually suppress you as natives so that the settlers that they've brought here can feel more comfortable. And
it's our flag, we can fly it. Yeah, no one's stopping you from flying it on your own private property, dipshit. You just can't like go and like do whatever you like. I'm sorry, just because it's the public square doesn't mean you can go out into the middle of it and take a shit. Like, you can't just leave shit lying around on property that's not yours. It's not difficult. If you understand it when it comes to the concept of leaving a literal shit, you should be able to understand it when it comes to, like, leaving flags. Fly the flag on your own property if you want to. No one's stopping you from doing it.
Like, they own this land and not you. Well, that would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? Like, it'd be a lot more crystal clear. Like, during the colonial era, if a country is conquered and a people implanted there, and the native flag is suppressed and the foreign flag is raised, like say with the pride flag,
we're fed up with being stabbed, raped, and groomed. You're far more likely to be stabbed, raped, and groomed by like a fellow white person in the UK. God damn, you guys are stupid as hell.
It does take on the aspect of...
Y'all just found like a really convenient scapegoat in the form of a marginalized minority with no power, and you chose to, like cowards, put all of the blame on that particular group instead of doing something about the systemic issues that plague your society, like, say, billionaires sucking like ticks off of your society. No, it's not the billionaires siphoning billions of dollars to themselves. No, it's the impoverished refugees who are coming into the country who only want to do labor and build a life. Y'all are pathetic. Y'all are pathetic.
Colonialism, doesn't it? It does make...
Like truly white nationalism is the ideology of cowards.
Perfect sense. That's why they won't allow it. And it's just, be aware. Just be aware. This is the country you live in. And then you add this to all the other two-tier nonsense that goes on. You see, I mean, there have been a load of videos recently of white English cops beating the living hell out of white English people. There was one where he threw a guy into a bollard, bent the bollard, and goes just out cold. There was another one in Rotherham, I think it was, where these two adult male cops were being confronted by like a bunch of teenage girls, like, you know, like 14, 15-year-old girls they look like, and they were lamping them in the face. And it's like, you would never see them doing that to non-white immigrant or people descended from immigrants. You'll never see that because it's a two-tier society, and the flag issue just highlights it. That's what this is all about, is to show you are a subject people. That's what these people are trying to tell you. So do keep thinking about it. Why would they not allow that? Great question.
It's crazy. I do apologize to the rest of the world for America, like, injecting this particular bit of virulent racism into other parts of the world. You know, like, the idea of two-tiered policing where anti-white bias among the police. That's insane. Right? Like, that's actually fucking insane. Ah, yes, the British police. I'm sure they're trained to be more violent towards white people. That's an insane position to have. Right? Like, people in, like, cops in the US will beat like a black child half to death for like shoplifting a candy bar. And like, meanwhile, if like a white guy in the US like passes a $20 bill, they'll just be like, we're letting you off with a warning. Like, it's crazy. And the idea that the UK police would be racist but towards white people, that's insane. That's just insane. Yeah, literally last week, cops in the United States shot at I believe 2 women leaving a grocery store with a pack of diapers and a 1-year-old baby, and someone called the cops because they thought that they were shoplifting one pack of diapers, and the cops shot at the car for no fucking reason and killed that 1-year-old child. But like, he's trying to say, oh, well, you know, the cops here in the UK, they're racist against white people. That's insane. Most cops in the UK are white. Like the idea that, oh, well, maybe the British cops, they just recruit from the self-hating whites. That's insane, dog. That's insane. Like, I'm sorry. The argument that the British police, the UK police are racist against white people just statistically is not true. It's just false. And it is false when it is said to be true in the United States, and it's false when it's said to be true in the UK. God. Sorry if this breaks a rule. If you see a mother stealing diapers or food for her baby, no, you fucking didn't. That doesn't break a rule, and no, you fucking didn't.
Need more questions like that. Why won't they do that? Why is this the case? Why are the police not arresting those people? Why are the grooming gangs never charged for hate crimes, even when they're like, she was a white slag and she was dirty because she's a white, or a white pig dog, and she deserved it because she's English or because she's white or because she's a kafir? Why are these not hate crimes? Why is it we have all of these categories that apply only to I say categories, penalties that apply only to the native English, but never, you can't fly a Palestine flag, because that's not intimidating. Like you can't fly the flags of other countries. I mean, we see flags of foreign countries all the time. You can fly any of those, but you can't fly the England flag. Why?
You can fly it on your own property. Good God. These whiny babies.
Why would they not allow that? These are the questions we want normies to ask. And so, to be honest with you, like I said, I think the Raise the Colours campaign was actually a stupendous success. It showed people they weren't alone. Like, it was good to see the England flag flying around, and it's good to make them react. While they are not reacting, you can't win, because they currently hold the seat of power. Only in their reaction can the dialectic begin that ends with their downfall. So anything that provokes them and makes them respond, makes them overstretch, makes them burn up their capital, that's where our potential lies. So it was a superb campaign. Don't listen to any of the naysayers. I think it was an excellent campaign. It was really well executed by everyone involved, by the way, and it was everywhere. I mean, I still see the flags everywhere, actually, in Swindon. Absolutely excellent. I'm very, very pleased that it happened. But
God. Now, just real quick here, little story for you. According to the 2021 census, the total population of England and Wales was 59.6 million. 81.7% of the population was white. Interesting. White British made up the largest percentage of the population, followed by people in the white other category, and Indian 3.1%. Let's see here. Now, let's just take a look here, because I'm curious. Let's take a look at police use of force statistics by ethnic group in the UK, just because I think that'd be a little interesting exercise. You know, maybe show a little bit of curiosity here. So, use of force incidents against Asian people or Asian British was accounted for around 7% of cases of use of force. And that is actually a little bit lower than the percentage of Asian people in the UK. Let's see, black or black British, 11%. And yet, black British people make up only 4% of the British population, meaning that, you know, relatively, someone who's black is significantly more likely to be the victim of police violence. Let's see here. Mixed ethnic group is relatively in line, but let's see here. White ethnic group made up 75% of use of force statistics, and 81.7% of the population in England and Wales is white. Oh, meaning that you are actually less likely to be the victim of UK police violence if you're white, and more likely, by quite a bit, to be the victim of police violence if you're black. That's crazy. That's crazy. Now, I'm seeing some people say, but they commit crime at a way higher rate, which is interesting because this is not a question of criminality here. This is a question of use of force. A use of force incident is not, in fact, just gets arrested for doing a crime. This is gets beaten by cops. This is different than what you are assuming. Now, it's very interesting to me because Sargon's argument here is just that, like, white people are more likely to be abused by cops than black people, and that's just not borne out by the statistics. Why was use of force used? Again, when we're talking about this, in a society where there was non-biased policing, use of force would be relatively equally dispersed among the different groups by
I wonder what the
proportion of
UK's
the
national
population.
dish is. Blood sausage. Bangers and mash? Fish and chips? Oh.
Now, my point in bringing this up is that Sargon of Akkad is alleging, hey, you are more likely to be beaten up by cops if you're white. And the point of me bringing this up is that that's just not true. It's just not true. And I find the attempt to evade that untruth, and that I will even go as far as saying lie, deeply, deeply, frankly, self-serving. It is something that allows you to perpetuate your own ignorance. But again, the people who like Sargon of Akkad's content are people who revel in their own ignorance, right? Because the people who like this don't actually bother going into the details of, like, why did these events happen? Like, they don't go and read the articles for themselves. They don't check anything about it. And ultimately, they just hang on his every word like it's the word of God. I encourage you, don't do that for me. Go look it up yourself. You can see that he's full of shit. Right? Now, one of the interesting things here is that, again, I've waited until the end of this to talk about it, but hey, worth noting that Sargon of Akkad used to was trying to be a British politician, right? And years ago, he talked about other British politicians and made some choice comments about whether or not he'd be interested in raping them. And that, of course, did not go over terribly well with a lot of folks in the who are politically aware, we'll say. And well, here you go. Take a look at this.
Honestly, this makes my stomach churn. How does he find this acceptable? Comments like this may not seem a lot to a bloke like him, but to me, jokes about what I went through feel like a bullet. That's from a 31-year-old male survivor of sexual violence in Northampton.
And from a mid-20s female survivor, she thanked me for
How do
making
you
jokes like
respond
this.
to that?
I respond to that by saying, you've been lied to. You are
How do you
misrepresenting what's
respond?
happening.
This man
You are
has
misrepresenting what's happening.
This man has watched your video. He's read your comments.
I don't
How
think
do
he
you
has.
respond to what he says?
And the way that you report the comments is farcical.
I'll read you another one. The lack of empathy here from someone seeking public office is sickening. Rape is not funny. As a survivor, I'm angry.
There are two sides to every question, and I am empathizing with the other side.
May I finish, please? As a survivor, I'm angry because it's comments like this that would have prevented me telling anyone what happened to me. And I probably wouldn't be here today without that help. That's from a female survivor, aged 28, from London.
But you don't care about the survivor that talked to me. You only care about the survivors that bolster your narrative. Those survivors who are on my side on this issue, you ignore completely. You pretend they don't exist.
You said you've spoken to one person.
In one town. I've spoken to other people in other towns in the Southwest tour that I'm doing.
And they're all survivors of rape.
Or sexual assault, yes.
Rape Crisis, the charity say.
Can I ask, hang on, look, right, I know what,
I'm asking
no,
you
I know,
This is what
I know,
Rape Crisis say.
But you're not getting to the core of the issue. This is very surface level interrogation.
Rape Crisis say this. Experiences of rape and sexual violence and abuse are much more common than most people realise. Material that normalises, trivialises or attempts to get laughs out of sexual violence can be humiliating and upsetting for survivors. So-called rape jokes are not just insensitive, hurtful and disrespectful. They are damaging.
Yes, I'm aware of the politically correct narrative around this, but there is another narrative that I suppose we can call the non-politically correct one that I support. I think it's a lot more empowering not to be controlled by jokes. I think that owning jokes and laughing at them as a point. Why are you interrupting me?
Such a fun joke to talk about how you don't want to rape. Like that. What's crazy here is just like, well, no, I told a very funny joke and you guys just didn't understand it. Which is not at all what actually happened.
Interrupting me now, come on.
I'm interested that you won't accept that survivors of rape and sexual violence find what you've done to be incredibly hurtful.
And you won't accept that survivors of sexual violence find what I've done empowering.
Insane. Yeah, sexual assault survivors look at a guy saying, I wouldn't even rape her, and then they just roar with laughter. They think they're like, oh, what a funny joke. I feel so empowered. That's fucking crazy, dog. That's fucking crazy. Now, interestingly enough, just to add to the amount of bullshit that Sargon was spewing there, fun fact for you guys. The black population in the UK is around 4 times more likely to be stopped for like searches than white people. And also, oddly enough, if those black people go into affluent, mostly white neighborhoods, that number and likelihood of getting stopped and searched goes up to 38 to 48 more times likely to be stopped and searched than a white person. Now, what we know in the United States is that when stop and frisk was implemented and disproportionately impacted African Americans, the result of that was more police encounters with African Americans and more use of force toward African Americans, even on crimes where white people and African Americans committed them at roughly the same rate. Because of the racially biased mode of policing, more people were more African Americans were embroiled in elements of police violence because of racially biased policies. So, again, this idea that like, well, it's because they commit more crimes. No, statistically, they aren't committing more crimes. The crimes are committed at relatively the same rates among different racial and ethnic groups. You know? with a little bit of flexibility here and there because people are in different situations due to like different historical legacies. But by and large, the biased policing policies result in this escalation of violence where Black people in the UK are far more likely to be the victims of police brutality and police violence. It's not difficult to wrap your head around. And like you can take a look. Here's a great article about it. Black people up to 48 times more likely to be stopped and searched in richest areas of London. It's not me just like bullshitting you guys. That is the case. Stop and frisk is completely illegal, violated the Fourth Amendment. True. It was terrible. It was a terrible policy in the United States. It's a terrible policy in the UK. And just want to also point out here, you know, I get the feeling maybe this Sargon guy shouldn't be the go-to for people's information about, you know, what is and is not and should not be morally acceptable. Just one last nail in this coffin here, courtesy of the Daily Mail. Now UKIP candidate who said he wouldn't even rape a Labour MP says it's okay to sexually abuse boys. Well, that's crazy. Maybe they're misconstruing this. Let's see here. Now, a senior UKIP source has told the Mail on Sunday that they've passed a dossier to Wiltshire police containing deeply offensive remarks made by Mr. Benjamin, an online vlogger from Swindon who calls himself Sargon of Akkad. The insider says the dossier was passed with UKIP's ruling National Executive Council last autumn, but no action was taken. It includes a YouTube broadcast in which Mr. Benjamin says, quote, "I can be quoted as saying, you can fuck young boys. It's actually not as controversial as you think. Depends on the child, doesn't it? The ancient Greeks were pederasts. It was considered to be normal. It was mentoring." Unquote. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe this guy shouldn't be the moral hinge of any kind of movement anywhere in the UK or anywhere else. Just seems like maybe this is not the guy who has good ideas you should be listening to. When he's out there talking about how saying he wouldn't even rape a woman is doing a service for rape victims, and saying he can be quoted as being on the record as saying it's okay to fuck children. You know, like maybe this guy doesn't have the UK's best interests at heart. Why does he still have a platform? Because racists love him. Racists love somebody who's willing to make up lies confidently for them to use. Full stop. That's it. Anyway, it's 2026, and I hope that this will be the last time we have to check in with Sargon of Akkad. And I'm deeply, deeply sorry to those in the UK who have to put up with this particular brand of white nationalism rising up and gaining political prominence, because it sucks. So with that being said, organize, folks. Organize. If you don't want people in the United States to have to deal with homegrown Sargons, organize. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, we can help you do that. Join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. We can give you tips and tricks on how to make the most of your time at those groups. And also, folks, there's a link down below to get involved with Progressive Victory, which will allow you to do plug you in to do door knocking, phone banking, text banking, etc. for different campaigns for leftists across the country. Go check it out. Link down below. And also, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments really help. Let me know what you think about the St. George's flag and the Raise the Colors campaign. And also, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Whew. There we go. We did it. We made it through. Now, folks, we've been going for about 4 hours now, and I've been teasing it long enough. It's time.
Before you go, can I say, love your hair, girl.
I'm not going anywhere except to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go pee, and when I come back, we are going to be tackling What If Alt Hist, all right? We're going to be talking about What If Alt Hist, so get whatever snacks you need, get whatever drinks you need. I might actually be gone for like a couple minutes longer so I can get myself another drink because I am out. When I return, we will be tackling What If Alt Hist. I cannot guarantee that we will make it through the entire thing tonight because it's already very late, but we are going to do our best and take we're going to do our best, all right? Uh-oh. No! /unmute Cliff. There we go. All right. When I return, we'll get started with that. Yeah, BRB.
Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
underground rap, mutant sewer hounds, prowling around these parts, always hidden in the dark. Suddenly they screech, incoherent rodent speech. Such a putrid smell permeates a sewer well. One man stands alone, red beret above his dome. Sleeva was his name, fighting, climbing, rodent game. Be the rat men who live in sewer rat dens. Taking one last breath, it's time we fight off to the death. Oh, gee, Sarge. You tell me that I needed to go after this rat and I needed to, like, bait him or something. So, I gave him a whole wheel of cheese, Sarge. It cost like $2,000 and I used your credit card, Sarge. I'm sorry. I thought it was gonna be a good investment, but, oh, jeez. I'm gonna get it now. Oh.
Hello. I apologize for leaving you alone in the dark for so long. I can't believe it. I didn't think you'd survive. But I'm glad we all made it. Now, I do hope. Wait, a nice palate cleanser after Sargon?
Real solid.
Take a look. Could use a little lightheartedness. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono.
I am so tired of all the bigotry anyway. Have a funny.
I mean, I think don't get
2 palate cleansers. Let's start with the order they came in. But Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono.
Solidarity and a real working class community. So just like in the Pride film, everyone coming together. I heard the Reform government just said they're not going to give a penny. What we got was, you're not getting no funding. But don't worry, hon, we make it happen.
It's bigger and better than it ever was before. And that's because of the huge amount of funding that's been put in by unions and community groups to make sure that it happens, despite what Reform have tried to do.
I vividly remember the support that the LGBT plus community gave me and my family, making donations, providing food, but also standing on picket lines. So it's an obligation to return that sense of solidarity and support in a time of most need.
The historic reason why I'm here today, lesbians, gay support the miners came about in the miners' strikes 12 years ago. There was a movie made about it, so there's been a unity forged between the LGBT plus community and the trade union movement now for well over 40 years.
I've just been blown away. I suppose I've got to thank Reform because the response has been absolutely amazing. This year has really shown us that there's so much support and love for LGBT people.
What a success it's been. This is what the sign says. Pride 1, Reform 0.
I'm old enough to remember what it was like fighting you people 40 odd years ago. And what you're going to remember is we're still here. And we've got stronger and stronger and stronger. So bring it on, Reform.
So I think we've done a bloody good job. Real solidarity.
I love it. I love it. That was fun. Thank you for sharing. And let's see, what is this?
get me wrong, I think my character looks kind of cool right now. I am not a fan of that chest plate, followed by Nano, and you're going to need to explain this to me. That chest is kinda woke.
What?
Nano, what do you think woke means? Like, what about the... what? I'm trying to follow your through line on your...
It's because of the abs. The abs are too alluring.
You're thinking, man. Someone walks up to you in this chess piece and you're straight away thinking, they're aware of societal imbalance. What are you doing? What are you on about? Does woke just mean something that you don't like or feel uncomfortable around? At some point, people just started using the word woke for things they don't like. He meant gay, but he was too afraid to say, oh god, this chest plate is hella gay. Look at it. Like, you walk into a club and you see a guy wearing a metal chest plate like this, you know straight away that the cocktails are going to be fantastic. That's
absolutely true, by the way. Also, I guarantee you, if you walked into a nightclub and there was a guy absolutely ripped wearing a fucking metal chest plate, that guy's also fucking. And like, I don't care, he's probably fucking guys and gals and non-binary pals, all right? Like, that dude's just fucking, because the amount of confidence and the amount of swagger it takes to pull that off means that you're also just pulling in everybody.
That's what you know. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think my character looks kind of cool right now. I am not a fan of that chest plate, followed by Nano, and you're gonna need to...
Alright, cool. So true. He's also gonna fold any bitch that walks up to him like a lawn chair. It's true. It's true. Alright. Oh, God. Alright. We've been putting it off for too long. I'm worried about this one, guys. I'm worried about it. Ripped off my gourd from an edible and some change, currently memeing on a flight. Love this community. Thank you for everything you do, Jack. Max Danger, thank you for the $5 super chat. You about to get
Public service
wrecked
announcement.
by this video.
In the YouTube Shorts player, you can replace the shorts in the URL with watch v equals to get the normal YouTube player instead of the short player for the video.
I didn't know that. That's cool. God. One second. I'm torn, okay? My card's on the table here. I was intending us to take a look at this particular why my Civil War prediction was delayed. The reality is far worse. I think that's really funny, and I think it's going to be great. But also, there is this video, Gen Z culture warriors aren't cut out for Civil War. And I gotta be honest, I'm a bit curious about both. Maybe we'll use this as like some kind of appetizer to whenever we do part 2. That could be fun. All right, let's just dive into this. Let's dive into it. All right. There's not enough vodka in this lemonade. Here we go. Oh, Paladin, I think the edibles might help, but that's just me. That's just me. All right. All right. Here we go. So, folks, it's that time again. It's that time where we talk about what if alt hist, and specifically incur the kind of brain damage it takes to really get into the mindset of a far-right reactionary who constantly spews Nazi esotericism. And you know, it's unsurprising that in 2026, this man has continued to gain popularity, continued to make his moves on the conservative podcasting circuit. The last time I think we checked in with him was about 3 months ago when he went on Tim Pool. And we're diving in again, this time with his video, Why My Civil War Prediction Was Delayed, The Reality Is Far Worse. And I gotta be honest, I'm desperately curious for why we're not currently in a civil war. Where are all of the force of arms? Where are all of the wars that are civil? Let's take a look.
And I do genuinely mean that. This is the most terrifying video I've ever made, and I do genuinely mean that. You'll see why.
I'm ready to be spooked. It's not October yet, but I'm ready to be scared.
Best known for my prediction that America is on the verge of a civil war. I was incorrect in predicting that we'd start seeing mass violence last year. The thing is that the outside world...
You know, it's true. We are on the verge of a civil war. Because as many Republicans have repeatedly tried to warn us, the violent jihadis are gaining steam. Why, look at this. An ISIS flag spotted at a gay pride parade, according to CNN. We're on the verge of civil war, everybody. But upon looking at this new headline, I fear I need to revise my timeline.
Largely mirrored my underlying thesis that America could fall into a civil war on a knife's edge. Both right and left-wing pundits have talked about an impending civil war as it became a normal talking point. Practically every major left-wing pundit has openly, or are in the only most thinly veiled way possible, saying that it's acceptable to murder right-wingers for their political opinions.
Okay, so I'm on the left here, and I gotta be honest with you, I haven't seen that, and I'm a little concerned that he's looking over at the broad left and saying, "Ah, yes, many leftists are advocating murder."
Spooky Scary Jackington, she'll send shivers down your gender.
It's true, Nathan, I will. Thank you for the $5 dono. But like, all those Anderson Cooper with his torches and his pitchforks. That Hassan Piker and his constant calls to violence. Why, he called conservatives hogs the other day, and I mean, what is that if not a thinly veiled call for violence? Oh God, I don't. We're not even a minute into this, and I'm already breaking.
Former presidential candidate Hillary Clinton has said that Republicans should be sent to re-education camps. Leftist think tanks openly shadowbox.
Oh no, guys! I hadn't considered it yet. Oh God, AI is going to supercharge his complete and utter, like, divorce from reality. Oh no. Oh no, guys, he's gonna get caught up in like an AI hallucination. He's gonna be one of those guys who starts dating like an AI. No, his citations are just Gemini AI result summaries. No, it hasn't already started it. It has.
Launching a coup, and there has been mass murders or attacks.
I'm sorry.
Shadowbox launch to re-education camp.
Oh God. Just here, you know what? Let's not trust the AI here. Hillary Clinton deprogramming. That should get us the Guardian result. Let's see. So this is an article from 2023, first of all. Let's take a look here. He's only in it for himself. He's now defending himself in civil actions and criminal actions. And when do they break with him? Because at some point, maybe there needs to be a formal deprogramming of the cult members, but something needs to happen. This doesn't sound like a call for any kind of re-education camp creation. But okay. All right.
Leftist think tanks openly shadowbox launching a coup, and
Citation needed.
there has been mass murders or attacks against either Tesla owners or Doge employees.
There have been mass murders against Tesla owners and Doge employees? Also citation needed. Also, what attack on Doge employees? Because I can only think of one that he might be referencing. Which happened in Washington, D.C. Let's take a look here. What were the charges in this particular case? All right. Let's take a look here. Two more suspects have been charged with the attempted carjacking and beating of a 19-year-old man who is working for the Trump administration's Department of Government Efficiency, crime that was a catalyst for the White House's law enforcement surge in the nation's capital.
I would love to make a joke about that Tesla claim, but it's so insane that I am not even willing to get banned for Fed posting for making that joke.
I appreciate the restraint, not smart. Thank you for the $5 dono. Lawrence Cotton Powell, 19, and Anthony Taylor, 18, were arrested last week on charges stemming from the August 3rd attack on Edward Korestein, a prominent Doge employee nicknamed Big Balls. Two 15-year-old suspects from Maryland previously were charged with, convicted of, and sentenced for Korestein's beating. This case underscores the escalating challenges. Korestein was walking a woman to her car in the city's Logan Circle neighborhood when he was attacked by a group of teenagers who repeatedly punched and kicked him. The suspects fled when they spotted a police officer nearby. Oh, and the two people who were arrested and charged were all, in this particular instance, were also participating in a separate attack and robbery of a man at a gas station. Cool. The two 15-year-olds who beat up Korestein were released on probation. But I did think there was another detail about this story, but I'm not entirely sure what this was here. Yes, a 15-year-old boy and a 15-year-old girl were arrested for beating up this 19-year-old. And
Twitch still deletes my follows of you every few days, but I keep coming back. JFTIOLD James, JFTIOLD James.
Eric McKetton, thank you very much for continuing to come back. Appreciate it. There was one additional detail I remember being very weird. Am I just misremembering? Yeah, like this started off with the idea that he was attacked by 10 teenagers. But there was something about the girl he was escorting to a car. But I don't remember what it was. I'm not gonna find it. That's on me. That's on me. I apologize.
It used to be that people would mock me for saying that we're on the verge of a civil war.
I mean, I am here to mock you for saying we're on the verge of a civil war because you have one story of a Doge employee being beaten up by 15-year-old hooligans.
No one does that now. This really then begs the question, why haven't we had a civil war already? I've already made half a dozen videos laying out my argument for why I believe we could have a civil war, so I won't go for that now.
I've made 6 videos about the impending civil war. It hasn't happened yet.
Sourced my argument from a variety of historic cycles or computer models, which have
Oh god, a variety of computer models. He's asking AI. He's asking AI, isn't he? Oh god. He's asking AI to come up with his own alt-hist now. Oh no. Oh god, he's gonna get more insane.
been proven to be able to predict when societies have revolutions or civil wars. I've been on this for a while where I've thought America would have a civil war since 2020, given I've read a lot of books on the topic that said that. COVID also showed how thin the veil of sanity or societal functioning really is.
I mean, I don't think COVID showed how thin the veil between sanity and insanity is. I think we're seeing it right now.
We've all tried to shove COVID under the rug to forget it happened, but you realistically have to see it as a foreshadowing of what's going to come next. No.
What are you talking about? What? Yeah, what if Grok hissed? I like it. I like it. That's great. Max Danger, 10 out of 10.
Not to say that we're going to have another plague, although that's not out of the question, but rather how easily the government or your own neighbors can become
Okay, that's actually an excellent question. Carmule says... Carmel says? I know I'm not saying your username right. I apologize. I think that's a fair question, Carmen. Okay. Fair question, right? Like, given how crazy the US looks right now, I'm European. I also ask myself, why no civil war or strikes or something? And the reason is there's just no organized group in the United States. And I don't think that there would be an organized civil war at this particular point in American society, right? Like, I think if we truly see American democracy well and truly broken, something like that could happen. I don't think it will get to that point, given Donald Trump's cratering popularity. But when it comes to strikes, for example, we don't have a ton of like there. It has been like a solid 60 to 70 years of attempts to break down the existent unions in the country. And so, like, it's hard for people to organize unity among strikes, which is usually what happens in, like, say, France when they strike, or in the Nordic countries when they strike. Many other related organizations also go on strike in solidarity. And that prevents there from being a true economic threat on the scale necessary for mass strikes to really work. And on top of that, in America, there's just not the same level of social safety net. So when people go on strike, it can mean that, like, their kids who's sick and in the hospital loses health care, and suddenly they're hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars in debt. And like that's prohibitive, right? People have a lot to lose. It's one of the reasons why a lot of companies lobbied against Medicare for all, specifically because even though it costs the companies money to pay for health insurance plans for employees, it allows them to trap employees, right? It allows them to force compliance from employees. And all of this links together to form a chain of problems, which doesn't mean that it's insurmountable. One of the things that I think is really, really interesting about 2028 in America. Hello, we're back. Sorry about that, folks. Thanks for bearing with us as we make it through the quagmire of the 3:15 a.m. internet hiccup. Vert be for verting. Thank you, Coder Joe. I appreciate knowing that the chats are in the horizontal and the vertical chats are in the right place. Woof. All right. Are you guys ready to come along with the rest of this journey? Hell yeah, Shadow Haven. All right. To finish answering Carmen's question, in 2028, the UAW, United Auto Workers, has their contract renewal set, and they've been going around the country connecting with other major unions to all sync up when their contracts are being negotiated, specifically so that all of the major unions that are still left can pool together their collective efforts to negotiate better contracts and negotiate even better contracts while also making it clear that they are willing to go on strike collectively, which will be we're back. If this does crash again, though, we might have to wait until tomorrow. Did it go out again? It went out again!
Not the dreaded double ISP reset. That move was forbidden. Truly, you are a skilled one.
Yeah. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate it. And the Avant Gardener, thank you very much for the 100 biddies. Appreciate it. All right, we're back. Let me switch over the YouTube chats to live chat again. Your internet provider is pranking you. Certainly feels like it. All I'm trying to say is that the UAW has given us our best shot at doing something close to a national strike, and the fact that it is all aligned on an election year, I think is really fucking cool. And I think it opens up a very definitive pathway for a progressive politician to step in and run a pro-working class campaign. So that was all that I was trying to say. God damn. Hey, Asuka. Also, folks, if you are enjoying the show and want to say fuck you to my ISP, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And yeah, Carmen, I apologize. I wish it was a more coherent answer, but getting disconnected twice in the middle of giving it probably ruined some of the effect. But just looking at a video game named Asuka, hell yeah.
Thanks for the answer. I appreciate your content a lot, C.
You're very welcome, and thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Hopefully DSA will be ascendant this year. I would say it already is, you know? All right. Let's get back to it.
Staggeringly tyrannical or insane if given the slightest excuse. I think I've found the answer for why we haven't had a civil war yet. The horrible thing is the reason is so much vastly worse than what I thought it would be initially. It's similar to how when you turn...
I like to think of the ISP resets as the dono ghost coming for us all.
Oh, it's true. It's true. I wonder if all of this footage is now AI generated in his videos. I was trying to figure that out from this, but genuinely the quality of the image is so low that I can't tell.
Vastly worse than what I thought it would be initially. It's similar to how when you turn over a log...
For a comrade.
Hell yeah, Coder Joe, and thank you for the gifted sub to Asuka.
In the forest, you'll find maggots eating it out. When I studied this topic, the variable that I was missing made everything appear so much worse. Let's not waste any time and get into the thick of it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's sail that ship right into an iceberg. Let's go!
Part 1
talks about maggots, shows not maggots. I was going to be pedantic about that, but then I was just like, I genuinely don't think he knows the difference.
The two crises. I've said for years that I believe the industrial world is facing two distinct crises at once, which have fused into a single event which we're going to have to deal with. The problem is that each of these events have different roots, but they've become inextricably fused. It reminds me of how Strauss and Howe made their generational cycles in the 1990s that predicted that America would hit what they called the fourth...
Oh yeah, 3 minutes, 24 seconds. We hit our first incoherent text wall. Let's go. George Friedman, who's the person who first got me interested in geopolitics, predicted in 2010 that America would have the greatest crisis in our political history in the 2020s. He was pulling this from Strauss and Howe, but added his own stuff on top. He said that America had a political cycle which operated under 80-year phases, while we were currently living in the fallout from the age of FDR, the modern Democratic Party, who are by far the dominant one on a holistic basis of total dominance over the society, have a playbook and worldview that stems from the FDR-era progressives. This was the coalition of ethnic minorities, corporations, and socialists who often worked together through a wishy-washy leftist ideology. The economic cycles over the last 40 years... The economic cycles last 40 years, and we're moving out of the Reagan cycle, which was pro-capital, international companies, immigration, and technological progress. Both of these would be rotting and require the fourth turning of the 2020s to reset. All right, can I just say real quick, the idea that you can look at history as cyclical, I think is complete and utter bullshit. It's just not. It is linear. And human behavior can sometimes resemble previous human behavior because people do things from what they know, right? But it is not cyclical. And this idea that you have like a fourth turning or economic cycles of 40 years, you don't actually. In the last 26 years, our economy has collapsed like 3 or 4 times. It's not a 40-year cycle of economics. There isn't like this idea of FDR Democrats as the heart and soul of the current Democratic Party. Like Chuck Schumer, it has way more in common with Ronald Reagan than with FDR. Like, this entire idea is just bullshit if you know anything about history.
Turning in the 2020s, this was the first time in American history that their parallel economic and political cycles would crash at once, thus making it the most dangerous era of American history so far. My friend Balaji says that we're currently seeing 4 different...
Oh, hey, it's Balaji Srinivasan, the author of The Network State. You know, that piece of fascist trash that advocates for billionaires to buy police departments via corrupt practices in order to facilitate a fascist coup for power. You know, that Balaji, his buddy.
Cycles of American history converging. Then imperial dynasties tend to last 250 years, as best articulated by Peter Turchin recently, but with authors going back centuries ago like Titler also saying it.
Yeah, maybe, like again, this idea, oh, everything goes in 250-year cycles. No, it doesn't, actually. Oh, God. I'm already angry. I'm angry at this.
This is the year America turns exactly 250 years old, which is pretty spooky. If you want to get a little more woo-woo, we're currently in the shift of astrological ages from...
You know, when I tell you guys that this guy engages in Nazi esotericism, like, I don't even have to bring up the time that he called that he said he met like Odin and Jesus and went to hell, and he believes in like magical bloodlines that transmit concepts like justice. Like, I don't even have to talk about that because he'll just straight up say, and if you want to get woo about it, we're going through an astrological divinity cycle. Like, what? It's fucking crazy. He's just a eugenicist with extra steps.
In the age of Pisces to Aquarius, the ancients put enormous stock into stuff like that. It's difficult to be able to try to explain to people why they should articulate 2 separate lines of causation in a society where most people want to blame complex events on a single scapegoat.
I'm just like, you know, in the same way a lot of like crunchy granola hippie moms in the wellness community became conservatives, in a similar way, I do think that there's an element where like astrology can lead people into the same kind of pipeline. And it's just like, you gotta be careful about that shit. You know? You gotta be careful. Once you've embraced like an idea that allows you to just like uncritically and illogically attribute your world to forces beyond your understanding, like, you have opened a door to a slippery slope where people can lead you by the nose to almost any conclusion, you know?
Trying to get the public to talk about things like structural demographic variables or long-term biological processes often feels nigh impossible, but at their core, these are what I believe the causes to be. Those 2 crises are
Pisces to Aquarius. Isn't Aries the one after Pisces? I think he's fucking up info in his own damn belief here. Yeah, I don't know anything about star signs, so I'll take anybody's word on that. I don't care enough to look it up because I already think it's bullshit.
Firstly, the secular cycle, which authors like Peter Turchin or David Hackett Fisher wrote about. These are 250-year regime shift cycles, with earlier examples in Western history being the French Revolution, the 30 Years' War, or the Black Death.
Like, can we just, like, talk about the fact that the idea of the fourth turning as put forward by Strauss and Howe is just frankly bullshit? Like, it's pseudoscience. It arises from the exact same phenomenon where people talk about numerology as if it has any significance whatsoever, except like your brain doing pattern recognition wrong. You know, that's effectively what Strauss and Howe did. Like they cherry picked a lot of their examples to come up with a thesis that looks good, and if you don't know enough about it and just like kind of nod along, then like it sounds very convincing to dumb rubes. And that's it. That is the entirety of the content of their analysis of the fourth turning.
These occur when the world changes while the old ruling class grows corrupt. This then precipitates wars, plagues, and famine as a growing pain before the society can transmute from older to newer forms. Meanwhile, the second crisis is mouse utopia, or an alternate name I've developed is the psychological Black Death. I've made a video analyzing mouse utopia that you can watch if you want.
Oh, look, another pseudoscientific bullshit thing that he's latched onto. Huh. Kind of nailing this Nazi esotericism thing he's got going on. The idea of mouse utopia, by the way, is that, oh, if you give mice in like as much space as they want and as much food as they want, and make it into a mouse utopia, their society thrives for a while and then dies. And like that isn't what mouse utopia proved. It just it was a poorly constructed experiment, and the guy doing it went fucking crazy. And also, none of his findings have ever been replicated. And also, really, all he managed to prove is that people crammed into overly close proximity, or not people, mice crammed into overly close proximity to one another get stressed out and then begin like dying or fighting or like having different coping mechanisms, which isn't at all really applicable to human beings because we aren't mice and we have more agency in our surroundings, in our world, and we also are able to think and understand our situations.
Want to know more? Mouse Utopia was an experiment run repeatedly in the 60s and 70s about
I have an entire video, by the way, where I go over his main video on Mouse Utopia and explain in detail why it's bullshit.
How to test for what the consequences of exponential population growth are. Calhoun ran the experiment over 30 times, and in each case, they put 9 mice.
Pseudoscience gobbledygook? I wouldn't talk if I were you. I don't know. I feel comfortable talking. All of my opinions are based on science and reason. Unlike this.
Into a cage that could hold 6,000. The mouse population balloons to over 2,000, and then the colony fails in the same ways. You saw a complete breakdown of the mouse social structure, where ironically, the mice do have a society built off reciprocal social relations in the same manner that humans do. Much like us, the mice are totally dependent on their colonies, where failure means total death. I remember when I read the experiment having it click for the first time in my mind that the only thing holding our highly complex advanced society together is a series of social relationships between people. If those fall apart, we'll all die and lose all of the trappings of the modern world. Meanwhile, our society doesn't study or value these social ties at all. The mice saw a breakdown of their sexual polarity, with female mice becoming masculine and male mice effeminate.
Just to like really hammer this home, the Mouse Utopia experiment was very much flawed, in part because when you create a sealed ecosystem like that, you are creating the circumstances for extreme inbreeding, and also you are creating an unchanging environment that they get bored of because they need shit to do because they are in fact creatures. And then you start seeing also, because they're animals that are not necessarily group oriented like human beings, you see resource hoarding where certain mice would hoard resources and they'd be bigger and stronger than other mice. And it turns out all these things doom a mouse population. And none of these were controlled factors in the experiment. And neither did Calhoun talk about these factors. Instead, he attributed it all to overpopulation, which is not, in fact, the issue with this entire experiment. Like, I don't know, man. I'm just asking for a slightly more critical eye on the pseudoscience that Rudyard bases his entire idea on.
Other mice would mistreat their young, so they'd be incapable of functioning as an adult, while the mice lost any ability to have relationships. The mice had different fail-safe methods, between some becoming autistic and losing the ability to follow social cues. Mice have specific mating rituals, which when the mice stopped following them, they lost the ability to mate. For this reason, every time the experiment was run, it caused the mouse birth rate to collapse to 0, and the mouse colony would totally go extinct with no...
What's crazy is that if it was the case that this happened every time the experiment was run,
mice being so individualistic kinda makes me wonder how it would differ if it was rats instead of mice.
Interesting question, Not Smart. However, what's interesting here is that if Calhoun was able to replicate his results time and time and time again, how the hell was no one else able to replicate Calhoun's results?
How do you tell if a mouse has autism?
You find them a little mouse psychiatrist, preferably with a little mouse PhD, and then you put them into little mouse therapy sessions and make sure that that little mouse therapist is writing things down so that they can remember it later. And then you put that little mouse therapist gives like a little mouse assessment to the little mouse potential autist, and then we see what the results are. It's very simple, very straightforward. In Mouse Utopia, of course, everything was provided for, so I assume they had little mouse therapists to diagnose the mouse autism. If you give a mouse autism.
No survivors. Not a single mouse survived these. Other mice became sociopathic and violent. They would murder the mice that chose to live. There were homeless mice who would wander in the middle of the colony before
Thank you, Nathan.
Getting attacked or killed by the sociopath mice. The last mice to...
You just give the mice a tiny mouse-sized train set and see what they do with it. What if all they lacked was public transit to see different parts of Mouse Utopia?
They sane were the alpha male mice who died protecting their harems, which is how mice mate. The other groups of mice...
Also, alpha male is a bullshit concept. It was a bullshit concept. The author of the alpha male study has spent his entire life since then debunking this idea. But no, it's the alpha male mice.
Who stayed sane were the tunneler mice. The only mouse form of creativity is making tunnels or balls of dirt. The mice, much like humans, offshore their ability to maintain sanity or think to the group. The tunneler mice maintain sanity by avoiding socializing and instead doing their hobbies. They would obsessively make these balls of dirt in these complex tunnel systems, which allowed them to avoid the madness by living in their own tunnels away from the group. They were ultimately killed as well, though. The tunnelers and the alphas maintained sanity the longest, Calhoun guessed, because he found that the core cause of mouse utopia was the loss of agency, social roles, and thus meaning. It's crazy to
I love this, dog. I love that Calhoun was able to mind meld with mice in order to be able to ascertain, hey, these mice have they lack meaning. Their little mice philosophers are dying out, and now no one can tell them the truths about the universe.
think that these are still completely vital to mice, so much so that they die without them, which really shows how many traits that we see as being vitally human are really animal.
None of that study at all proved any of the conclusions you're drawing from it, or the conclusions that Calhoun drew from it.
Alphas had their harems to protect, and the tunnelers had their hobbies. The endpoint of mouse utopia is total collapse and atomization, with the mice going crazy due to the overcrowding brought about by the population increase. Mice start hiding and isolating in their own areas to avoid the constant chaos and disorder of the other mice.
You know, the longer he describes this, the more I think it becomes very clear that this was not a utopic environment for mice. Right? Like, very clearly, it wasn't a good
human
place.
is just a bipedal mouse, me standing up a mouse, behold a man.
It's true. I've read the Red Wall books. It's true. I seen it in my mind's eye.
Once the atomization hits a tipping point, the mice had no way to protect themselves against the gangs of evil murderous mice, where the one thing that could still unify people in the absence of scarcity was—
I'm sorry, the gangs of evil murderous mice? What?
Thanks for covering Fran Hong earlier. I feel like shows have ignored her. I helped with some of her campaign and know a very real person. She has more energy in person.
Hell yeah. President Pork, if she has any desire to come on to an online show, I would love to have her on. She seems cool. I liked the cut of her jib. But yeah, if anyone at her campaign is interested in that opportunity, just have them shoot me an email. I actually just interviewed Kobe Lane for governor the other day here in Minnesota, so happy to talk with other leftist governor candidates.
envy. It's sad that even the mice can't avoid the Marxists. For those who have had to live through the last few years, the comparisons of mouse utopia to our world should be totally obvious and undeniable. I'm not even going to try to go through the obvious comparisons, since I already did that in my previous mouse utopia video. I'm trying to avoid this video being a rehash of that one, where this is more so a video to catch us up on the recent events.
You know, I can't help but notice that we're 10 minutes into this, and we still don't know why he was wrong about predicting a civil war. Why did he spend the last 10 minutes talking about mouse utopia? Like, I understand he thinks it has direct parallels to what's happening in human society today, which I want to reiterate is absolutely batshit insane and has no basis to draw that conclusion from. But we're a fifth of the way into this video. I expected some kind of elaboration by now.
Suffice it to say that probably the easiest examples of similarities are that wokeness and especially environmentalism are nearly perfect mouse utopia ideologies. That since wokeness is about attacking any group that succeeds and thus rerouting resources to groups that don't, which will not change the underlying structural reasons for why they did not succeed.
Well, wait a minute. It might address the underlying structural reasons for why they didn't succeed if that underlying structural reason that they didn't succeed was not having the resources to succeed. Like that, Like, wait a minute. Even if we just accept at face value the example you're providing, clearly it would help some people. Oh, God. Is there anybody out there who would like to see Rudyard regain some level of improved health? I don't think he ever had that to begin with. Though it'd be cool to see him become unbrain poisoned. I am rooting for that outcome. I think he's really fucking far gone. Like, he's totally embraced these, like, eugenicist, white supremacist values, and it's crazy. All right. I really like the imagery of the behavioral sink, and it actually formed in my mind independently from hearing the term. That's since I was looking around the modern world, and I was living in Los Angeles at the time, and I thought to myself, quote, people are flushing highly complex cultural systems down the drain with no plan for or replacement, unquote. I don't know why I quoted myself in this wall of text. When you look at the changes in historical societies, there's always new cultures that replace old dying ones. The Christian replaced the Greco-Roman, or the Spanish the Aztec, to name a few. However, what I saw with wokeness and the left was just a total loss of societal institutions with no interest in replacing them or seeing their purpose. This is the most self-evident with the birth rates, where it keeps crashing, and rather than trying to develop new mating norms, which is the only logical alternative, people are just willing to accept this. We're shoving all the elements of a functioning culture the drain with no plan at all. I think he meant to put the word down in there. All right. I did forget that Rudyard has a whole thing about birth rates. And I want to remind everyone that the reason the birth rate has fallen in the United States is largely due to the fact that teen pregnancy has gone down thanks to years and years of efforts to, better educate children about what it means to, like, do family planning and make healthy decisions about sex, and also making contraceptives available. Like, the reason we aren't having as many babies generally is because children stopped getting pregnant. Surely teen pregnancy down is good now? I think that's good. Conservatives are having freakouts about it. And not just freakouts. Let me pull this up here. Yeah. They aren't just having freakouts about it. They are also, defunding teen pregnancy programs that go towards preventing teen pregnancy. Because they're really worried about the birth rate thing. Now, my position is just that I'm not terribly worried about the birth rate. And also, I think that we will be able to develop new and better cultural norms than just impregnating children. I do believe in the human capacity to grow and shape a better culture that isn't reliant on children being abused for its perpetuation. So, that's my position, but conservatives are like, there's no way any of you would ever come up with any kind of alternative for human relations. Yeah, because it's not like there aren't things that could be done that would incentivize people in their 20s or 30s to have more children. I think very clearly there are things we could do as a society to better facilitate child rearing. God.
The top term for Mouse Utopia is the behavioral sink, and I see these behaviors as if you're just flushing money and social capital down the drain into a sink. Environmentalism is such a perfect rationalization for the sink, since it takes something that could be reasonable, where if you go
This is 17-year-old Rudyard on the Great Wall of China. The clouds you're seeing in the back are not natural, but are industrial-grade smog. This is 2 hours outside Beijing in the countryside, and it's still so polluted that you can't see the sun for scarcely anything. China is that polluted. Huh.
Go to China or India, it's very clear why environmentalism could exist in abstract, but then the logic behind environmentalism can be used to politically push for measures that can end civilization. We can see these trends taking place in North Europe right now, where Germany getting rid of its.
Also, just as a quick aside here, boop, just throwing this up. China's air quality policies have swiftly reduced pollution and improved life expectancy. You can actually see back in 2014 they started monitoring smog levels, and you can see here this is from the University of Chicago. Emissions went down, and smog improved. Particulate pollution in China declined by 41% between 2013 and 2022. And by 3.4% in 2021 to 2022 alone. Because of these air quality improvements, the average Chinese citizen can expect to live 2 years longer, provided the reductions are sustained. And Beijing province experienced the largest decline in pollution, dropping 54.1% in just 9 years. If this success is sustained, the average person living there could expect to live 3.9 years longer. The pollution there is still 5.6 times the WHO guideline and remains one of the top threats to life expectancy in the country. But this is the thing, right? Like, they clearly are aware it's a problem, and very clearly tackling this problem directly improves the quality of life for everybody in one of the most populated regions of China. Like, it's clearly a good idea to care about this issue. But let's take a look here. We know that environmentalism is not a legitimate, honest political position in its current Western form, since we can look at how they react to nuclear energy. The left especially, so the political platforms they pick tend to be covers for deeper unconscious motivations that they're trying to make a mask for. Often, the real thing they're doing is wildly different from the mask. The reason I say this is because that most of the left's concerns about CO2 emissions can only realistically be solved by nuclear energy. That since green tech is not economically viable for mass industrial civilization, especially from the developing world, which produces the most CO2. Multiple countries such as France or Hungary are mostly powered off nuclear energy, and America used to be much more so. The total rejection of nuclear energy among environmentalists is done largely for ick reasons, suggesting the real motivation is the destruction of industrial civilization, which plenty of them even say. Now, a lot of the academics and politicians involved are overt in this. I love that this guy is just like, well, because I don't like environmentalists, they must be lying about their motivations. And it's just like, look, I support nuclear energy. I think there are safe ways you can institute nuclear power plants. I think that there is really cool technology out there, modular reactors. There are also a type of reactor with like I think it's called trisolinear fuel, which comes in balls, and the formation of the fuel in the nuclear cells actually makes it impossible for there to be a nuclear meltdown, which is actually really cool. But, you know, it has a lot of problems, right? Like, the issue with nuclear energy has largely been one that has been solved for a long time, right?
The reason people are anti-nuclear is in large part because of right-wing propaganda, which is a problem everywhere and not the left's fault.
I mean, that's true. But also, I think that there have been legitimate concerns about the safety of nuclear, like spent nuclear fuel, for example, or the mining of nuclear fuels from the earth. You know, I know, for example, a lot of mining was done on indigenous land in America, and to this day, those mines remain like radioactive. And when you look at the history of nuclear energy in America, the problem isn't that we don't know how to safely store spent nuclear fuel. The problem isn't that we don't know how to extract nuclear fuels from the environment safely. The problem is that, much like a lot of different things, it gets passed off to private corporations, right? And the private corporations are incentivized to cut costs, which means cutting those safety measures that are so important to the safe storage of nuclear fuel, to the safe handling of nuclear fuels once they're being extracted in their raw form, and like the building of nuclear power plants themselves, right? And so part of the problem is the safety is compromised by the pursuit of profit. If the United States itself were to implement a slate of safety protocols that it actually intended to follow and then built plants along those guidelines, I would actually be way more in favor of it. As well as, the United States handling the sequestration of like spent nuclear fuel, right? Like the issue here is that corporations that have focused on extracting resources like uranium have polluted lands, and plants built in the past have had nuclear
Now the leggy-mate
meltdowns.
concerns are real, but a lot of them are solved issues again. This is a propaganda thing. Proper care, investment, and problem solving would fix all that.
Well, but that's the thing, right? The thing is, there is a lot of emphasis on proper care and proper problem solving, but capitalism undermines both of those things, right? A good example, by the way, would be with Fukushima, right? Fukushima Daiichi, the nuclear power plant there, was built quickly by independent contractors, and the parts of the facility that failed were parts that were not built up to the appropriate standards because they were looking to build it fast and looking to build it cheap, and that meant quality suffered. And when we start looking at that problem, that doesn't go away, right? And we have developed better and safer ways of making nuclear energy, and I think those should be pursued. But I do think that it should be something that is pursued by the government rather than by private investors looking to make money. Because I think ultimately, when you're talking about something that has dangerous ramifications like nuclear waste seepage into the environment and stuff like that, the government that is accountable to the people that could be poisoned needs to be the one handling that. So that's my 2 cents, right? I'm in favor of like all approaches to fixing our massive warming problem on Earth, and I think nuclear energy has a place for that. But I also think that like we need to explore all the things. Yeah, I mean, Doc Johnson, exactly. If nuclear power plants were built like the U.S. builds nuclear submarines, I think that'd be pretty cool. Nuclear submarines are engineering marvels, and I think that similarly tight regulations, I have no problem with when applied by the government. I do think that wind and solar, though, have come a very long way. And I think that grid scale power storage has also come a long way. And when you have grid scale storage combined with enough solar and wind, like you have enough to be able to like build up that power bank, right? I think that there is a spot for nuclear energy production, but I think it might be more niche than a lot of people might initially assume, right? I think we are seeing a world, and I know this is kind of eye-rolling, we're on the cusp of nuclear fusion. I think when we do crack nuclear fusion sustainably, that's going to become like the new version of nuclear reactor that we're looking to build everywhere. But nuclear fission reactors, I think, are going to be more niche. Like fission microreactors could be great on like remote islands, for example, or on small island nations. I think like things like that could I can see that. But there's also a lot of really cool stuff in the works, like tidal power generation. by effectively like flying kites on the seabed floor, which is such a crazy concept, but like that's in the works. There's a lot of really cool power generation ideas that people are working on. We already do fission. I said when fusion becomes a thing, that will become the main thing that people build. I still think that there will be places where fission has a place. I know that we already do fission. That's the only one that we currently do on a grid scale.
Nuclear power plants and replacing it with coal doesn't make sense inside an environmentalist perspective.
You're right, it doesn't. Who are the people who benefit from the coal power plants opening up again? Oh, that's right, fucking coal barons.
But makes total sense from a mouse utopia destroying
Honestly,
civilization.
I am glad you brought up Fukushima. At the heart of it, people possibly doing it wrong isn't a good reason to not do it. I agree with your implementation. I was just being pedantic.
Oh yeah, of course, Nathan. I'm just trying to explain my position, if that makes sense. Don't act like it's basically green energy. I mean, it's not green energy, but I do know that there are ways to like crystallize it and make it into something that doesn't leak. It's just energy intensive, which is something that I think we had, fusion reactors, for example, or better grid scale storage. I think that basically eliminates the problem of nuclear waste if we can crystallize it, but that's, a whole other discussion.
For its own sake perspective. I heard about how Nantes in France was going to build an airport and the local environmentalists were trying to shut it down since they were building it on swampland and farms. That made me think, you understand that that's not valuable pieces of land, right? I want you to get rid of the swamps. What all of this...
Man, he's AI posting, folks. It's a matter of time. He's gonna full on meltdown.
Means is that around the world, and not just in the West, due to the global popularity of socialism, the evil envious mice run the governments.
Oh my god. What? Oh my god, this is one of the worst maps I've ever seen. How Marxism and its descendants, like wokeness and socialism, conquered the world. Functionally Marxist Latin America, South America. Functionally Marxist Madagascar. Oh, like, what the hell is this? India is third way socialism? Wow.
Wouldn't a swamp be a terrible place to build things? Also, there are valuable ecosystems there.
It's true. A swamp is a terrible place to build an ecosystem. However, some people drain the swamp and try to make it the good foundation. It's not impossible to build in swamp, just expensive. Elon Musk retweets this, man. Yeah, 100 millionaires and billionaires pay attention to what this clown says. It's fucking nuts.
That means that these types of regimes will either actively push for mouse utopia or not be willing to take measures against it. Part 2, what I got wrong. When I predicted that we'd
thank God. We're finally about to learn.
Have a revolution or a civil war, I said that these events were completely certain except for one caveat, that being that mouse utopia was so far advanced that society was about to totally collapse anyway. The reason I said that is that from the Civil War or revolutionary analysis, that every variable was already in motion to a degree that you couldn't stop. This is what Peter Turchin said when he predicted a civil war in the mid-2020s, writing around 2010, that you would have to change decades of history leading up to that point, where even in 2010 it was certain. When both sides have rhetoric where they currently are, and the entire government or society divided up, you have an enormous pressure towards conflict without any real pressure towards unity. You need an equivalently large pressure in forces like this to stop these historic trajectories. The thing is that we have something that big, which proved to be even greater than I expected. I don't feel bad for getting my prediction wrong.
How to Disappear writes, "This is like the world from Disco Elysium." And you know what? Rudyard does talk like a character from Disco Elysium. And I mean that very derogatorily.
Looking back on it, I see that I did all of my analysis correctly, but we ended up in the fringe timeline, which I used as a caveat.
Oh my god. So many of these. This logical fallacy is very Age of the Last Men coded, of saying that the idea that history could change is deeply unrealistic. Also, that whatever happens is by its own nature progress, since progress is a natural law. For example, people like to say the South could never have won the Civil War, or the Germans won World War II, although for each of them they nearly occupied the enemy's country capital, and were only stopped from doing so by one or two fairly tight battles. I see it with all the predictions people made in the early 21st century about the future. I read one that the US, Mexico, and Canada would fuse into a federation as nations grew weaker. All the predictions were hyper-modern and managed, where by the end of history was too perfect to alter. The reality, in fact, caused by this frame being too weak to lead, was the most schizo-insane timeline as we are all barreling towards extinction and total national collapses. The Nothing Can Change school, in fact, causes staggering changes by enabling entropy since no one can think big enough. I love how he's just like dying on the hill of alt history. You know? Just like, you said the Nazis couldn't have won World War II. Well, let me present to you 5 different ways they actually could have won World War II if things had gone exactly as I imagined them to.
Why a riverboat? I grew up by the Missouri River, read a bunch of Mark Twain in school, but what say you? Genuinely curious.
'Cause it's a real nickname that I had. I worked at a Bible camp in northern Minnesota, and I introduced myself to the camp leadership, and one of them was like, "Oh, Riverboat Jack. We were gonna name our son Jack, but or not Riverboat Jack. Jack. We were gonna name our son Jack." But then my old aunt, she told me, "Oh, don't you name him Jack. Everyone will think of Riverboat Jack, the gambler." And of course, we all tried to figure out what the fuck Riverboat Jack the Gambler was. It turned out there wasn't anything called Riverboat Jack the Riverboat Jack the Gambler, and for the rest of the summer, I got called Riverboat Jack. Damn, a Bible camp? Yeah, I grew up in like fundamentalist Christianity, so that is where that comes from. Been unlearning a lot of the impulses that I grew up with. Watch your language? Nah. You don't watch language, you listen to it. It's a crazy story, a good one though. Yeah, growing up in a conservative Christian fundamentalist house where like my dad didn't believe in evolution and basically grew up as going to the church from fucking Footloose. I learned the other day, by the way, that he was actually he was actually held out of dance class when they taught dancing in gym because it was too unchristian to dance. So like when I tell you guys he like basically grew up in like the town from Footloose kind of religion, I'm not kidding about that. Please don't curse, that's all I'm saying. Fuck you. You go do your own show where you don't curse. That's so sad. It is. But he never really grew out of it. And I pity him, but his life, he can do what he wants with it. Um, I've mentioned it before, but there may be a real Riverboat Jack, but any record of it is some obscure library hard copy reference somewhere. That could be. That could be. Is Vert chat being not a naughty chat again? Only a little. Only a little. Bunch of little naughty dotties over there. All right.
But I didn't think was likely. One
Nathan, thank you for
Sounds like
Nathan.
the type of guy to get kicked out of Holland for being too hateful to every other Christian type around him. Pilgrim.
I don't know what that means, but not smart. Thank you for the $5 dono. My dad did think that Catholics were heretical because they prayed to saints. So, you know. It's not an uncommon evangelical belief. I grew up being less parented and more like pruned to become a soldier by someone who thinks billionaires should just wipe out the population. I know about crazy family. Hell yeah. Solidarity. My grandma believed that too. It is weirdly prevalent, you know?
One of my least favorite, quote, logical games that people do is they pretend whatever does happen is destined to occur while arguing for anything else is insane.
Well, I mean, when people talk about history, they talk about what happened. And of course, sometimes people talk about what could have happened, but like, ultimately, that kind of thinking is like, well, what if a meteor had happened during the Battle of the Bulge? Okay? What if a meteor had just struck the Earth right then? Oh, yeah? Well, then the Nazis would have won. And it's like, well, oh, okay, but like what if dinosaurs emerged from a hole in the earth and consumed an entire village? And one of the villagers that was eaten was baby Hitler. What then? You know, it's I look, these are the alt histories I seriously engage with and think would be fun. Meteor during the bulge, the double bulge. Look, I'm still in favor of German dinosaur hellhole.
What it meant is a large number of American pilgrims were forced out of Holland or somewhere because they were too hateful to other Christian sects after they fled from England for the same reason.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about like some kind of Christian sect currently in Holland.
Jackie's called what I feltest. I think alternative history is a given here.
I mean, that's true. He just doesn't usually talk about it like it. He doesn't usually talk about alternative history specifically as if it is relevant to modern political analysis, but you know, whatever.
I remember when I was a teen and I was watching an alternate history YouTube channel that said that the US could never have conquered Canada in the War of 1812, even though we had 10 times Canada's population at the time.
Huh. What if we sent in an entire squadron of Rambos into Canada? You never thought of that, did you? Alt history channel I watched as a teenager. Huh.
I want as many Riverboat Jack origin stories as possible.
Heckin' stuff. Thank you for the $10 super chat.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
It's true. It's true.
The timeline we are currently in is already staggeringly improbable, where the Industrial Revolution or modern technology are improbable in themselves, where the average historic society was basically peasants living in their own filth. Leftism is
why our entire worldview is a lie. 1. Anthropology. Genetics determines half of human nature. Race, class, and sex are all real genetically. The blank slate is a lie. I love, by the way, that his idea of class, like your economic class, is determined by your genetics. That's crazy.
That is crazy. Also, race is a social construct. Like, your skin color is definitely genetic. It's related to your genes, but race is not the same thing as skin color. You know, race was developed as like a bullshit categorization system for Europeans trying to justify phrenology. Like that entire idea system around the race is bullshit and made up, and relatively recent too. But skin color, of course, has always been around. Also, just want to point out, and that none of that is what anthropology is. Anthropology is not about how genetics shape half of human nature. It has nothing to do with any of those things. So that's interesting. 2. History. It's clear that the West's rise was not due to oppression, and Europeans are not uniquely evil. No serious historian disagrees. Well, of course Europeans aren't uniquely evil, but the period of like colonialism is a hugely recent event that has sweeping ramifications and was incredibly evil. It's not uniquely evil to Europeans. Other civilizations have done similar activities in the past. But with industrialization, it allowed Europeans to do it on a scale previously unimaginable. And also the West's rise was not due to oppression. I mean, when you do things like slavery on a mass scale previously unimaginable, and then you reap all of the benefits for hundreds of years of unpaid labor, that hundreds of years of unpaid labor goes somewhere, and it went to the people who owned the subjugated people. Like, that's... You can both admit it's not uniquely evil while still admitting it's pretty fucking evil, and it's done on a scale and on like across a geography previously unimaginable. God. 3. Physics. Every major honest physicist agrees that the modern narrative of physics is completely at odds with the evidence. Now, I don't know what that means, but I don't think that's accurate. I don't think every honest physicist thinks that the narrative of physics is at odds with the evidence. Now, what he could mean by this is that there is a discrepancy between like general relativity and like quantum mechanics, where like how gravity works isn't fully understood when it transitions to the quantum level. And that's true, but that's just something that people don't yet understand and are working to understand. It doesn't mean that modern narrative of physics is at odds with the evidence. It's just that there isn't a unified theory of physics yet. What are we reading from? This. 4. Theology. The death of God and the end of spiritual worldview was something that was never offered as a thesis and proven. Rather, it was just shoved under the door and no one noticed. The CIA and Soviets have decades of proof for the spirit world. No, they don't. The CIA shut down the program because they were getting diddly shit out of it. Like, this is insane gibberish. But who wrote it? A guy named What If Alt Hist? Why you being a dick case? We good? I didn't lose any frames on my end. Weird. I'm curious. Well, you don't have to be a dick about it. You can just, like, ask a question. 5. Economics. Keynesianism was an abject failure. I mean, I agree, but that's because like it was an attempt to have capitalism and eat the cake too, and you can't do that. Like the reason Keynesianism doesn't work is the same reason all formulations of capitalism don't work and lead to massive economic busts, which is that when you have people at the top hoarding profit and then have speculative markets, those markets will get a lot of attention, blow up into bubbles, and then fucking collapse. We've seen it happen routinely, and it is not great. But capitalism specifically facilitates that. And while you might think, hey, that seems like a flaw in capitalism, it's actually not, because capitalism is designed to work for the rich. It's designed to work for an aristocracy. And the reason I say that is because when the economy goes bust, the wealthiest people in society, they love that because it means they can buy everything at dirt bottom prices. They still have all the money in the world, right? It's just you guys, working people, who actually get shafted. But folks like Elon Musk, folks like Jeff Bezos, it just gives them an opportunity to buy up a whole bunch of companies, a whole bunch of property, a whole bunch of stuff for next to nothing.
It's also staggeringly incorrect by any historic standard, and the fact that our shared social beliefs—
Oh god, I didn't finish the last two. Fuck. Sociology. Marxism is an abject failure and yet continues to rule the world indirectly through critical theory and the CCP. Now, Marxism has never been tried on the scale of a nation. Just to be very clear, specifically because in order for that to be true, workers would have to own the means of production in that country as the predominant economic mode of production, right? And what that would look like would be like an entire country full of democratic worker co-ops, and not just state ownership. State ownership is not workers owning the means of production. It's just a different abstracted ownership that profits from the labor that's done in the workplace, right? Like the idea that like state ownership is Marxism is completely at odds with the ideas put forward by Marx and the goals put forward by Marx. The goals of communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society, which you'll note is completely at odds with the idea of state ownership. And so saying Marxism has been proven to be an abject failure, that's not the case. We just haven't actually seen it on a mass scale. We have seen it on smaller scales in the form of democratic worker co-ops, by the way. And the data on those is that they perform much better than traditional privately owned businesses. So just as an FYI, we have them in the United States. They work great. And my proposal to transition us to a better economy is just, let's make more of those. Let's make it easier to make democratic worker co-ops. Let's provide mechanisms for workers to be able to buy their workplaces. Pretty straightforward. There are a lot of benefits to this, both for the people who work here in the United States, for the people who live in the United States, for the communities these businesses work in. I think there's a lot of solid evidence for this. But Marxism continues to rule the world indirectly through critical theory and the CCP. I'm sorry, but like if your ideas can't withstand scrutiny through a point of view that prioritizes worker well-being, then your ideas are bad. And finally, the CCP isn't Marxist. I know this might come as a shock to some people, but China having nationalized corporations and then completely, almost completely free market capital areas of the country, this is not Marxist at all. And 7, diet. The food pyramid says that carbs are the healthiest food and that seed oil and sugar isn't bad. have been completely debunked. One, I have never seen a food pyramid that talks anything about seed oil. But two, yeah, because the food pyramids were like created by lobbyists for the American food industry. Like all the got milk signs created by lobbyists from the dairy industry. Like, yeah, congrats, you've encountered a marketing campaign for the first time.
Are this incorrect already doesn't really make any sense, since 99.9% of human societies in history would say that the things we believe as a society are just completely insane. Doing these sorts of predictions are
Rough to the rescue. It's all good. You're 10,000 times better than the average person who comes in from vertical chat, so I appreciate you.
profoundly difficult, since I have to model how the entire world works, given the way these things operate is that a litany of different variables can change the trajectory.
Man, I love that Rudyard is out there like getting lost in his mind palace, constructing a virtual simulation of the real world in his mind. You know, that takes a lot. That takes a lot of effort, okay?
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Just the variables you're measuring or are aware of. This is why technocracy and social engineering always fails on such a staggering level. These are often driven by unpredictable variables. In many cases,
yeah, I'm pretty sure the CCP's current position
I
is
remember
Dengism.
back in elementary school, Got Milk had people convinced bones were as brittle as leaves.
It's true, Nathan, it's true. Yeah, like Dengism is the embracing of capitalism in an effort to, at some point in the future, return to socialism. I don't know. I think Dengism is quite silly, but that's just me.
the thing that changes the equation you're looking at is what Nassim Taleb calls black swans, which are unpredictable variables that ironically occur with.
Here are the predictions I got correct. 1, Mouse Utopia. You didn't predict that. Not gonna lie, most of these weren't that hard to spot if you had your ears to the ground and knew how societies work historically. The thing though is I was calling this going back to 2020, and most people were very deep in cope until super recently. The modernist where special cope was everywhere and happened to vanish now. I can't wait for people to say they've always believed this, going back on the years of abuse for calling these early. Again, this is some true Nostradamus predictions, right? Oh, civilizational decline. Oh, wow, you said civilization will decline, and then civilization got worse? That's not, like... That's not a difficult prediction. Like, if you just look at the trajectory of recent history and look at the current political candidates in front of you saying, oh man, we might go, this could go bad. That's not a bad, that's not a hard prediction. You could also similarly do the same and say, society will get better. You have a 50% chance of being right. It's genuinely a coin flip. So much vague posting in that list, right? The suicide of the West. What does that mean? What are you talking about? US sliding into civil war. You didn't get that correct. You're literally making a video right now about how you didn't get that right. 5, the rise of incel politics. Incels have been around since before you made predictions in 2020. I was writing about them in like 2012. Like, that's crazy. The right being unable to form a coalition distinct from the left. Well, you aren't correct about that. They currently have one under Trump. It's just not ideological. It's largely united by a cult of personality. 7, internal crises in Europe. Guys, He's taking credit for pointing out a continent and saying that there are going to be problems there. That's literally all places that people live. China becoming totalitarian. Oh my god. China was authoritarian in 2020. What are you... The elites being pedos. Jeffrey Epstein had already been convicted, and we knew about him being a fucking scumbag already. You predicted the exact week Russia invaded Ukraine? I'm gonna need a citation on that one. The birth rate crisis collapsing to zero. It hasn't done that. These are just predictions you've made, but some of them are so vague they don't account for this. Like, the left going completely insane. What does that mean under your nonsense metric? The far-right backlash, Great Depression for normal people? Okay.
Relative statistical frequency. This is why I say that my job is betting against God, and I don't fault myself for getting this stuff wrong.
I bet against God and win.
I challenge any of my critics to get a better predictive record than me, and here's a text wall of all the predictions I got right.
Man, conservatives have gotten so fucking weird. Like, this is like so far gone from reality. It's crazy.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
It's better to have a culture where we encourage people to take risks than one where we just hide in the corner. Also, my attitude towards these things is that I change my worldview every year with new information, and my...
I don't know, man. I've been covering you for years. Your worldview is basically the same. It's the same, like, deeply hateful bullshit. You just have added more hateful bullshit onto it as time has passed. It's crazy.
Worldview is an open source code, which I'm constantly testing or feeding new inputs into. What happened here is that a handful of variables I wasn't tracking crystallized to make Mouse Utopia vastly worse than I expected initially. Mouse Utopia, over the last few years, was able to radically surge in importance. We're still going to have a civil war, in my opinion. It's just that Mouse
Yeah, this is what if alt hist being fucking insane.
Utopia is going to become the dominant variable around the world soon. It's similar to how the Black Death during the crisis of the 14th century became the most important event around the world, but you still have political crises like the 100 Years' War or the fall of Mongol China occurring at the same time as the Black Death. Mouse Utopia has grown.
Man, I love how he frames that like it's a profound thing that two things can happen at once. He frames it as if like, did you know that one thing can happen in Europe and another thing can happen in China? Like, God. The quality of the conservative intelligentsia has gone so far downhill.
So rapidly that it's eating literally every other variable in the society, and it will soon kill all of us if we can't change direction. We're stuck in a uniquely weird position as a society due to the internet, screen addiction, the baby boomers, and feminism or wokeness that allows us to get to the edge of a civil war, but then not actually cause one.
Feminism edges us with civil war is one of the most wild things I've ever heard in my life.
Then what happens is that Mouse Utopia becomes the main instigating variable, which allows a civil war-like conflict to emerge. I will unpack how the timeline we're currently in was practically designed by God to make the society involved look as pathetic as possible. As I said in my recent video on my second YouTube channel, History 102, with my video on the Age of the Last Men, Nietzsche
Oh God, don't make me go to his second channel. Don't make me do it. I've done it once. I don't want to do it again. He wasn't actually wrong. He was too correct. Yeah, like he's transcended normal correctness. He is now super correct.
Predicted that this would occur in the 19th century. He said that the society of the 21st century would be so horrifyingly complacent, nihilistic, and
Yeah, he has a second channel. He has a second channel. It's absolutely bonkers. And he often has like other people on. He does it with this guy who is an ag tech entrepreneur. Cool stuff. And also, this channel is related to this, which I've talked about in the past, America's Future series, which is a nonpartisan organization that hosts events featuring prominent business, military, government, educational, and other thought leaders with the intent of raising awareness and encouraging dialogue on issues affecting U.S. global competitiveness. That's right, folks. Rudyard's funded by a think tank. Cool stuff. You can see done multiple talks. Although I don't think they've uploaded anything recently. But this is the kind of vehicle that allows him to meet people like Balaji Srinivasan, you know? This is how he gets known in that rich echelon of the world, right?
envious and pathetic as to become a benchmark for thousands of years for what we should avoid as a species. That is where we're stuck now. The good thing is that Nietzsche
What is his channel? What if alt hist?
predicted that the last men would lose and that their society would collapse. Screen addiction is an enormous variable.
Still ass-licking a child rapist. Still supporting a child rapist. Trump molested young girls, and you're still here cheering this pedophile. You're a bitch. Fuck Israel. Look at you supporting a child rapist. Look at you supporting a child rapist. You're a disgraceful bitch. You need to be slapped up for real for supporting this pedophile protector. You know, I understand it's vertical chat, but I'm a socialist. I literally recorded like a 2-hour-long segment shitting on Donald Trump earlier. And you just came in, made a buttload of assumptions, and told me that I deserved to be beat up. I don't know. I hope maybe you have some shred of shame in you that allows you to introspect and maybe fucking fix yourself. Like, honestly, shameful words and shameful actions and shameful assumptions.
Here, which creeped in on us at the exact worst moment. It's hard to overstate how negative the consequences of screen addiction are. I've spent over a year trying to decenter myself from the internet, and I've been largely successful. I've developed my own system to manage screen addiction, which I'll make a video.
Like, I don't know, I criticize Donald Trump like practically every day. But I also don't walk up to conservatives and talk to them and tell them that they deserve to be like, have the shit beat out of them, you know? Like, I don't know. Have some basic decency.
video on this channel explaining soon. However, what I learned in the process is that screen addiction has consumed nearly everyone.
Oh, is this the ad read? Is he about to do an ad read?
Well, it's not really an option anymore. Screen addiction is practically mandatory now if you want to be a member of society. The trick the society does, where they'll give you a bad social product, like bad quality food, politics, or school, and say that if you don't like it, you can go somewhere else, is horrible, since the industrial system is so centralized that there really isn't another option, so you're just stuck with their bad quality product that they're totally unwilling to take responsibility for. One of the worst elements of Mouse Utopia is the atomization.
Oh man, I really thought he was gonna insert an ad read. He gets sponsorships. He does ad reads for like products all the time. It's crazy. But I thought he was gonna like have like an app that he was shilling for that like limits screen time. I was wrong.
The mice die when they become totally isolated and atomized. What screen addiction has done is radically increase the negative effects of atomization for obvious reasons. The screens are designed to...
Yeah. Why are people atomized? Why are people atomized? People are atomized by our capitalist ecosystem, by the capitalist economy we exist within. That's why people need to go do gig work. It's why people are increasingly isolated. It's to make them replaceable, to make them essentially mass-produced cogs that can fit into any part of the machine. That is the purpose of atomization. It is to leave people alone where the only place that they can go is to work for socialization. That's it. It makes you completely dependent on your job, completely dependent on doing capital labor, or labor for capital.
Bring
rather.
back third spaces, invest in public transport.
Well, exactly. The death of third spaces was done by venture capitalists. And it's not even necessarily like a thing where like all the capitalists get together and they're just like, we're going to atomize everybody. But it is very clear to see that the push to maximize the amount of labor you get out of an employee, that push is what atomizes folks. You know, because, oh, well, we're only required to be there from 9 to 5, but, you know, if I don't show up at 8 o'clock and look like I'm the most productive one in my squad, I might get fired. Like, this is the kind of thing where, like, suddenly your time is getting eaten into, even beyond the confines of what you had contractually agreed to. And in turn, this means more and more of your time is pulled up but is pulled up by your corporate overlords, right? And that applies to gig work. It applies to, hourly work. It applies to a lot of different things. And when talking about atomization, not mentioning capitalism is insane. Because who's benefiting off of the atomization? Who profits off of the loneliness? It's corporations. Like, the loneliness allows for dating apps to proliferate in order to try and fill that void, in order to try and make it more efficient to date. And suddenly you're paying, a huge amount of money to just try and find dates. Or, you have alternatively alcohol and bars being places that you can hang out, but it costs money to go there. It costs money to go hang out. Money that you need to like be able to afford breaks from the capitalist hellscape. Right? Like, there's a lot of different factors in here that pile on top of each other, and it doesn't take any concrete coordination between the different actors in the system. It's because the system itself is weighted towards this outcome. But people like Rudyard like to allege there's some kind of shadowy conspiracy by, I don't know, leftist Marxist or whatever to atomize people.
Keep us constant.
pulled up the video to read the description and got a list of sources. Got this gem in there, the Unabomber's Manifesto by Ted Kaczynski. Yeah, he thinks Ted Kaczynski was cool as shit.
Constantly hooked on very short-term stimuli. Almost no human can compete with that on a lizard brain level, since real relationships are complex and often slow or messy. Shallow relationships feel hollow and don't provide the same role on a physiological animal basis. Humans need deep relationships in order to be able to live at all.
Almost like the social needs and relationships between human beings is one of the building blocks of the success of our species. And without that, we are missing a core component of what makes us human. It's almost like that. Well, it must be late for you. Yeah, we're gonna probably make this a 2-part video, but I'm gonna try and get through at least half of it.
And we legitimately, on a medical basis, have severe health effects for not having them. Loneliness cuts off as many years of your life as smoking cigarettes does. Another element of the mouse utopia atomization with screen addiction is that you have to see screen addiction as like abusing a drug, in that it puts people into an altered psychological state, which you can't compare to a normal sober person. As I've said before, I'm going to make a video on this topic soon.
Can I just say, as a personal pet peeve of mine, this idea that like screens are uniquely bad, or they put you in a unique psychological state akin to drug use. I gotta be honest with you, I see the parallel back down to Miguel de Cervantes' book, Don Quixote, about a man who goes insane from reading too many novels and then goes on a series of adventures while being insane. And I think it's the idea that like you could read too many novels and go crazy because of the altered mind state they put you in. I think that like, what a fascinating idea to resurrect in 2026, right? I don't know.
But it's hard to overestimate how much the internet is coloring society today. I only realized this as I tried to distance myself from screen addiction, and then it started changing how I thought, where I started to remember and revert back to the version of myself I was as a child before I had the internet. This addiction is true even for baby boomers and older people who are still addicted to their screens. Everyone is so addicted to their screens that they don't even realize how much it's affecting them already. The reason I say that is that all of the social or political trends today are downstream from the internet. The cable news stations still hold the legitimacy and the money, but the real cultural shifts or innovations stem from the internet.
I will say one thing is that one thing I've noticed getting older is that a lot of people have lost attention span, you know? And that's because your attention span is like a muscle. You have to actually work it out in order to maintain that focus, maintain that attention. And a lot of younger people, like there's and I did a video about this a bit ago, but a lot of people worry about, oh, the kids aren't able to read anymore. The kids aren't able to read anymore, but kids can read. The problem isn't that kids can't read. The problem is that kids are not asked to read long form material. And as such, they do not have the attention span and focus for longer works. Kids are reading all the time. If you open up your Instagram or your TikTok or whatever, there are words all over the place. People are reading. It's just very much a cut down version of reading, which they have the functional skills to understand. But the issue is, if you're reading a longer work, like a nonfiction or a fiction book, a lot of people have atrophied their attention span to a point where they can't focus. They can't actually like sit down and read a book. And part of that is the atomization. Part of it is, and the rise of this focus on screens is because people just don't have time to go home and sit down and read a book. Instead, they have to read microblogs on Twitter or Blue Sky, or that's what they have time for. And a lot of the concern around people not being able to read or whatever, I think is similar to what's being talked about here. It's not so much that everything flows out from the internet. It's that the atomization of people means that there is less time available for even entertainment or academic pursuits. And so people are just getting information from their phones. Yeah, time, stress, no place to talk about ideas with others. Yeah.
Every single major trend or event today is internet provoked because people are legitimately not going outside enough to spark trends in the real material reality. People will.
Okay, but that's absolutely not true, though. People are sparking trends in material reality. You would have to go out and, like, find them, or find coverage of them in news and have the curiosity to go and look. But, like, people come up with new trends all the time independent of the internet. It's just that the internet allows those trends to then be communicated to other people, and then you have the perception that it was all developed online, which is not the case.
Will tell me to touch grass, and I'm sure I spend much more time in nature on a more frequent basis than any of these people, but there is no actual physical place to do things anymore. If young people want to form political groups, and I'm very active in the Texas right-wing youth scene, there aren't
God, of course he is.
really many options to do so. There's no third places for young people to meet or hang out. The only
Shut your mouth! You are! If you're worried about being in a trend, don't be. You're in one. Okay, Barbosa.
thing that I've found works is using the internet to organize people to meet up in person. I'm so angry that everyone is addicted to screens and we're so complacent that we don't even really talk about it.
That's right. And that's why I'm asking you guys to get out from in front of your screens and to go join your local Dems and your local DSA. That's right, folks. It's time to organize because God help us all, this guy is actually organizing and if he can do it, you can too. And I'm willing to bet you guys can do it a lot better. All right, please join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help doing that, join our Discord and reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, and reach out to GamerG for help organizing with your local DSA. Let's go! Let's go, folks. All right. Link, do the things. There's also links to get involved in Progressive Victory down in the description. Go do that. They'll plug you in with any leftist campaign in the country just about, and you can do door knocking, phone banking, etc. You can really help out. You can make a huge difference. You guys have agency. Please, for the love of God, out-organize this clown.
There's no social institutions to help deal with screen addiction. There's no recognition that this is an issue or so.
There absolutely is a recognition it's an issue. They're trying to pass bills about it. They're trying to pass laws about it. Like, Jonathan Haidt's been writing about it for a long time. And by the way, I'm pretty skeptical about this idea that, like, limiting phone use will, like, make people better in general. But, that's me.
Social codes to help people be less addicted to their screens. It only makes sense if we're in the age of the last men. The only people I really see who talk about screen addiction are those who work in the tech industry, who see how the sausage gets made enough.
Wait, Temmie, is Temmie a reference to the creatures from Undertale? I think it might be. I think the Temmies are creatures from Undertale.
that they know about the negative consequences. I think we should all do our bit to lessen the addiction, but I'm also aware that lots of people, myself included, are dependent on work that requires using a screen, while every other vector of life has become mediated by screens, whether social, personal, entertainment, or even sexual. I think if screen addiction somehow vanished as a variable tomorrow, that we'd have a civil war. That's since what the internet algorithms and addictions do is hook people up to these giant egregores, which is a term for a collective group spirit, that are radically—
Oh, God. Okay. All right.
internet algorithms and addictions do is hook people up to these giant egregores, which is a term for a collective group spirit.
That's right. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm adding an egregore to my next D&D campaign. None of you can stop me.
That are radically conformist. The reason that the internet these days is so sterile and boring is that since everyone's online, no one is having experiences outside which they could bring to the internet to be genuinely entertaining. The only thing people talk about are either things that are online or in person. They'll talk about those internet trends, and none of this has any relationship to reality. All of this evolves into becoming some fourth level abstracted simulacrum of life.
Aggregators? Oh my god, the aggregated spirits of all alligators.
The digital culture also prizes conformity, insincerity, envy, and cruelty. These become psychological drives.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He talks like Gary the crypto fascist from Disco Elysium. Absolutely.
In their own right, and since people don't have lives outside their screens, then the biases implicit in these algorithms just become the new reality. People don't have enough objectivity to know how addicted they already are. At the same time, the screens suck up every extra moment, so they have—
How is, like, I'm sorry, is your argument really that cell phones have stopped civil war because people just got distracted? People developed too much ADHD from their phones, and now the civil war is off? No, this is so stupid. This is so fucking stupid.
no mental energy or time to think objectively to realize what's going on. This means it's impossible to organize people since the internet attacks anyone who is sincere in trying to fix things.
What are you talking? It's impossible to organize anything? It's so much easier to organize things now than it ever was. Guys, before the internet, do you know how people found out about parties that were happening or nightclubs that were doing shit? Like, you had to find like a flyer, like just out in the world, or know somebody who was doing it. Like, there was nothing. You know what people can do now? Just look up events in my area, and then they find like 50 different events they can go to. It's so much easier. It's so much easier. People would just fly around a flyer? No, like a poster.
The internet is so toxic and envious that it traps everyone in these low-trust games where nothing gets accomplished, but at the same time it uses psychological manipulation and constant dopamine to stop people from taking a step back and putting all the pieces together. The reason that all the presidential candidates for 2028 are reruns of older ones, while there are no new candidates which represent the—
What are you talking about? No one has announced to run for 2028 yet. Also, the headliners for 2028 in the Democratic Party are all, like, almost all of them are people who haven't run before for president, like Gavin Newsom. Or AOC. Only one of them is Kamala Harris.
The changing society is that the internet destroys anyone who tries to form genuine leadership. The internet has chewed up practically all of its formerly loved pundits, such as Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, Ben Shapiro.
I mean, the internet does that to literally everybody. But also, there's a really easy solution to this. Don't be a bitch. Like, I don't know. The internet has chewed up. Like, sometimes people just move on to wanting to do other things.
Destiny,
Or you know, just like fall apart like Jordan Peterson.
Vaush, or Hassan. The only reason I'm still around is I actively avoid you and everything you say. I literally do whatever the opposite of what the internet mob tells me to do, and it works quite well. When I realized that most of the internet would cheer on my death, it radically changed how I perceived the—
Yo, I do not cheer for this man's death. Just to be very clear, I hope he lives a very long time. I think he's very funny. I think he's very dangerous, but I do think this guy is very funny. I derive an inappropriate amount of like comedy from the things he makes. God. Also, Hassan still exists. So Hassan is bigger than ever before. What are we talking about? Like, Hassan has literally never had a bigger profile than he has right now. May this man live as long as possible simply to prove him wrong. You know, I wasn't going to say it out loud, but then you did. God.
This entire equation. This all adds together to keep the entire population entranced in a drug-induced spiral with no release or way to organize.
I think this is where I have to cut part 1. Because this man's literally out here saying smartphones are drugs. All of you watching this right now on your smartphone, all of you scrolling as you listen to this, or while you wash dishes or something, take a break from washing dishes. Like, y'all are high. Y'all are high on drugs right now. Wasn't Hassan on like the cover of GQ? Yeah. He's like campaigning with members of Congress. I don't know. Anyway, this is insane. And that's the end of part 1. So organize, folks. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, do the things. We got people who will help you do that. Join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Let's kick those corporate Democrats out of power and bring in some good old-fashioned lefties who are more progressive and more pro-working class. Let's kick those corporate losers out of office. And also, folks, if you got anything out of this video, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about the smartphone crack epidemic, the cracked phone epidemic. I don't know. We'll workshop a title for this crisis. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfy, sexy, non-tuck lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description, and let's keep on going. Screen crack is good. Oh, I like that. I like it. I like it a lot. There we go. We nailed it. DSA? Yeah, it's DSA. Democratic Socialists of America. It's an organizing group. It's what it's the group that organized to elect Zoran Mamdani in New York City. SCRAC for short. I hate it. I hate it so much. I love it. Indeed, this is one of those scary trans people. This polite, informed woman. Thank you. SCRAC is diabolical. Yeah, communists can work within DSA as well. They're Big Tent. All right, folks. I am going to skedoodle off to bed because it's 5 o'clock in the morning. God damn. All right, folks. Get good sleep. Get good rest. And also, remember, hit that subscribe button. And I'm going to play it one last time for those of you who missed it. Click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Rush to the rescue. Thank you. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. There we go. All right, Bruno Peralt, can I just point out how deeply weird it is for you to come into my chat, call it a sick fuck channel, and then tell it to go masturbate? Like, you understand you're like the weird, unwell person, right? I hope you do. I hope you do. Oof. Good night, everybody. I will see you all probably on Monday. Might stream like some kind of gaming stream during the weekend. We'll see. Unsure. All right. We will pick up Rudyard next time. And yeah. Night, everybody. Bye. Goodbye. Do 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 do.
A bunch of bitches if I ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face, and if you don't like it, fuck you. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. Fuck you. A bunch of bitches if I ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face, and if you don't like it, fuck you. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. Fuck you.